10 seconds. One minute. So for Nicolas Lunven, Holcim-PRB coming into the channel here in Les Sables d'Olonne after taking 6th place in the 10th edition of the Vendée Globe last night, crossing the line at 20:51:41 French time for a time of 75 days, 7 hours, 49 minutes, taking, as I say, 6th place. I'm joined by Alan Roberts, 2028 prospective Vendée candidate, figure racer and co-skipper to Clarisse Kramer. Alan, your thoughts on Nico's race? Not such a beautiful afternoon.
Yeah, Nico, this is his first Vendée Globe, and absolutely solid sailor. He's done multiple campaigns across a range of different IMOCA classes, different IMOCA boats, and also ocean race campaigns. He's an avid Figaro sailor. I think he's had a brilliant lap of the planet, to be honest, Andy. I think he's been in the bunch. He only got his hands on this project a year ago, so he's had very little time to learn the boat, to understand how to sail it, and build a team to get to this Vendée Globe. So it's hats off to Nico. Solid result, 6th overall. I think he'll be very happy with that.
I think so. He's one of these sailors who really went out for a low-risk lap of the planet, looking to make sure he could finish the race. Never suffered any major significant technical problems, really. Just stayed consistent all the way around, sailed the boat fast and efficiently. He's a master navigator, master meteo specialist, and has sailed a really solid race. Very much a safe pair of hands for this program. As Alan said, he came into the program as a replacement skipper and really has done a fantastic job.
Funny story for Nico.
Here's his time for his course, as I say. 75 days, 7 hours and 49 minutes, 41 seconds, so finishing 9 hours, 11 minutes after the previous boat, 5th place, and 10 days, 13 hours after Charlie Dallin. So, as we said, a really, really good result for Nico Lunven. And now it's time for him to enjoy the moment.
And this is Holcim-PRB, so this is their local port. So we're expecting quite a big turnout. We can already see lining the breakwater. There's a lot of people out there come to see the local boat come in.
Indeed, you can see the crowds. PRB have been in main race. I've had boats in on every Vendée Globe, winning twice. They're a local building supplies company who are based out of Les Sables d'Olonne and the Vendée region, bought out by Holcim a couple of years back.
I'm sure there'll be huge support as Nico goes past their site, which is just on the turn as they go up towards the Pontoon d'Honneur in the channel of Les Sables d'Olonne. But Nico's an absolutely clinical sailor, you know. meteorological expert. Really, he does a lot of weather routing for a lot of boats. He's been a navigator on board the Ocean Race project for Turn the Tides on Plastic, skipped by Di Cafari, and also for the Mary Puri Foundation for the Ocean Race Europe, which he won alongside Johan Risham.
Indeed, also was navigator on the Mapfre, and on the more recently with Boris Herman on board Malizia Sea Explorer in the last ocean race. A great crowds turning out on this to say, not such a beautiful afternoon, reunited with his kids.
His 3 children there on board, and his wife. He's been dealing with them on shore while he's been offshore. Not an easy task.
And his wife, who's been a great supporter all the way round, all the way through his programme.
And you know, we don't talk enough about that, Andy. The sacrifice of the people around the skippers and the team to make this possible is monumental.
It is indeed, and I'm sure they're all massively proud of his success today, coming in 6th place in a programme that he very much inherited. Really, initially, actually came in as a substitute skipper on Banque Populaire before in 2022, and then was brought in onto this boat, which is much more an ocean race boat, isn't it, Alan, rather than a boat for solo racing?
Yeah, this is the history of this boat. This was a boat that was built by Jason Carrington in the UK, British builder known for his attention to detail. Started as a project called Switchback, which never developed into an ocean race project. It was then taken on by Kevin Escopier and PRB team. They made their modifications, the family joining Nico there on the bow, which is great to see. They want to be involved in this. As much their Vendée Globe as it is his. They're very integrated, very close family. But yeah, coming back to the boat, so yeah, Kevin Escoffier took it on, modification, started the ocean race with it, and finished 2nd in the ocean race. So a good boat, well built, a very small amount of issues they've had with the boat throughout the project, which is obviously really reassuring, and it has allowed Nico to step on board the platform and achieve this fantastic Vendée Globe.
Just wonderful to see him reunited with his kids. What a memory they'll have for the rest of their lives, coming into this channel with their dad, who they have not seen for 75 days. They're super proud of what he's achieved.
And rightly so. Of course, Andy, we forget to mention that Nico got most of his skill set sailing with me in the Figaro. You know, it was the Tour de Bretagne that we did that was obviously key to his Vendée Globe development. Only kidding. But no, Nico's had a fantastic Vendée Globe here, and if we look back at his race course, he had a very solid start that he was the first of the boats to break speed records, the 24-hour records, kind of almost by accident in a way. Due to a rudder issue, it forced him further west of the Portuguese coast, and that was when he had a clean shot to get a massive run in, and was the first of many record breaks in this Vendée Globe.
Indeed, we sailed a much more direct, straighter course after Cape Finisterre, was furthest out to the west, and that really profited at that point. But as you say, that was really when the fastest skippers really started playing top trump with the 24-hour solo record. He took the first new solo record, and it was beaten by Johan Risham. Great little rivalry between them at that point, and then Seb Simon took it on and established the new 24 hours record. I think 615 nautical miles, but
very few technical issues for Nico for this Vendée Globe, which which is a real testament to the team, to the boat, and to, I guess, his way of sailing the boat. He's looked after the boat a lot like Charlie and the leading skippers.
And Sam Goodchild, I think, would put in the same category. Sailed within his limits as much as possible. Was always the number one objective to finish, and to finish safely. His biggest issue, I think, is the masthead unit. Lost his wind instruments at one point. He's been sailing on a backup set. Just now surely cost him a little bit.
So Nico, in the lead up to this in the past few years, has had experience across a range of different IMOCAs. As you mentioned, Andy, involved with Militia for the ocean race, Banque Populaire for a short stint in time. He was potentially being considered as the replacement skipper for Clarice Kremer, or the stand-in skipper. He competed under their colours in an old boat.
He did the Vendée Arctic in 2022 in their colours and finished 10th.
And then of course, was very, very involved with Initiative Kerr, Sam Davies, sailing and racing a lot with her. And then before that with Carome and Nicolas Lunven. So he's heavily experienced in the IMOCA class, even if he's not done the Vendée Globe up to now. You know, he's gathered a lot of information, a lot of skill set, sailed with a lot of good people, a good campaign. So, you know, all of that would have really contributed towards this Vendée Globe.
But unlike some of the skippers in this race, Nico's from a sailing family. His father did the original course, l'Aurore, the original Figaro race, and did the first red race as well in 1973 and 1974. And his best ever finish was the second in that original version of the Solitaire.
And his uncle as well, I think, competed in the Solitaire too, under the same colours that Nico competed, same sponsor at the time, Generali.
Well, here he comes down to the channel, enjoying this wonderful moment. Great crowds out for him, as you might expect on a Saturday afternoon. We'll have Thomas Ruyant coming in immediately behind. At the moment, which is not clear, is Justine Mettraux is not far behind, should potentially get through the finish line, but has been quite slow this morning, Alan.
Yeah, they've run into lighter winds, so their ETA's dropped back a bit. We were expecting them to hopefully make it into the same tide window as Nico and Thomas, but it looks like they're going to be coming in a bit later on. Nico also, like a lot of the boats before him here and after him, has come through the Figaro fleet. He's a two-time Solitaire de Figaro winner. He was a very young winner of the Solitaire when he was 26 years old in 2009, and then won it again in 2017. He's a very clinical sailor, absolutely into the details, and you know that has proved as a great foundation and training ground for him, and it's really allowed him to become a specialist in single-handed sailing. He lives in Port Le Forêt, view over the bay, so he's literally looking out at what they call the Valley du Fou, the Valley of the Crazy, which is where Michel Desjoyaux, Jean Le Cameron, Jean-Non, Alain Gauthier have all come from. So he moved over there obviously to get into the offshore sailing, and has been living and breathing it ever since. Good to see the boat looks in pretty immaculate condition. I think this is becoming more and more of a thing. We're seeing boats sailing around the planet and coming in looking almost pristine, Andy. I mean, it's not the same picture we would have seen 3-4 Vendées ago.
No, indeed. But I think that's testament to the level that these teams are operating at, and the number of races they have to do now on the IMOCA Globe Series to qualify means that the boats are much more reliable.
And it's the development class as well. The technology is advancing. We're getting the rule changes every cycle. So every 4-year cycle, there's small modifications in the rule. There is one design elements that are put in place to help with the security of the boat and the skippers and reduce the damage. But you know, other than that, every year the boats are getting quicker. The materials are developing and the designs are changing.
The boat, of course, was built in Britain in at Carrington Yachts, originally for the ocean race, and taken on by the sponsors as a half or three-quarter finished project, which was then raced in the ocean race.
And I mean, the boat looks mean, Andy. It
does. It's very different to the other Verdier designs.
It looks powerful in the front end here. I see a lot of volume. I see a lot of sharp chines and
much lower freeboard, I think, than the other boats, certainly forward.
Yes.
Anyway, I say Nico sailed very much within himself, modulated his attack nicely all the way round, minimized his risks strategically and tactically, getting all the news from home for the last 2.5 months in one big splurge from his kids. But it's just lovely to see him back, reunited with his family and his wife and his technical team, who worked so hard with the program going into the race and supporting him through the race.
So Nico's very much been in this small group of boats the whole way around the world. They've been exchanging places a lot, and I guess a key point for Nico, he made a strategical choice coming up the Brazilian coast to head a bit further east than the rest of the packet, which was unfortunately didn't quite pay off for him. But then he managed with great boat speed and handling and decisions from then on in. And that's managed to bring him in this fantastic position of 6th overall.
I think that's very much the conventional logic for the South Atlantic there, just at the cold front off Brazil, off Rio. It's all about setting up then for the southeasterly trades, and then getting across the doldrums. Tends to be better to be to the east offshore, and this time for several different skippers it paid off to be closer. But all that's forgotten. Now is the time to enjoy the satisfaction of completing the race.
What has been interesting, Andy, is, you know, we really see Nico's a classic example of this camaraderie between the skippers. We saw a lot of toing and froing between him and Johan Risham over the social media. Especially at the beginning and early stages of the race, when they were breaking each other's records, sending each other little public notes to say,
just a little bit of banter between them as friends and rivals. But also remember, in the Pacific, in particular, there was he and Jeremy B, who were sailing for miles and miles and miles, only a couple of miles apart, saw each other, communicated fairly regularly on WhatsApp and occasionally on VHF. And I can remember Nico telling me at the time it was like a little love affair. However, Jeremy did manage to get away in the South Atlantic when Nico was a little bit further offshore. And of course, Jerem finishing yesterday. Nico not far behind us. It was only at 20:51 last night, French time, when he crossed the line, and quite strong winds, 30 odd knots, big seas. And he's been out with his technical team on board, able to relax and get some sleep overnight. But even so, I think in this grim, grey Saturday afternoon, he'll be quite keen to get off the boat and onto dry land.
More of a typical weather for this time of year here we're seeing in Les Sables along.
It is. We've seen a real range over the last few weeks of the race. We had high pressure in January, or earlier in January, and over Christmas it was sunny and cold, and now we're very much into the typical winter low pressure systems coming through. Another big storm coming in tomorrow, and in the early part of the week we know that we're going to have a long week waiting for the boats after Clarice Kramer and Benjamin Dutroux get in tomorrow. They'll just be on the cusp of this big storm, and after that we're anticipating 3 or 4 days when we have to wait for boats coming in, with Sam Davis and Boris Herman waiting well to the south of the Azores at the moment.
It is interesting to see the design of these boats. We see more and more. This is a really good example, and we can see it from this shot here. The aerodynamic package that's developed on these boats. It's a lot more lower profile on the deck. There's the coach roof is integrated. It's lower profile, lower drag, and we can really see that the boats and the teams have made a very conscious effort, not just to protect the sailors, but also to reduce drag.
So as far as we know, this program's going ahead into the next phase of IMOCA races with a different skipper, I think. Alan, is that right?
I think so. I think from now, I'm not sure if the deal's signed, but they've definitely announced that with Rosaline, who was on board Militia, that she'll be taking charge of this boat and competing in the Ocean Race Europe. I think is their target now for the year. So they'll have a quick turnaround, winter refit, and Rosie, who's also just had a child, will be coming back from her maternity leave to take charge of the boat and get her team together ready for the Ocean Race Europe.
So they become Holcim-PRB, a very international program. Another of the many reasons why Nico was chosen is he's very confident, very happy in English.
It's funny, in France we have some skippers that really do open up on the English and some that don't. Nico's a very interesting example. He sailed a lot internationally. He really makes an effort, competing in Sydney, Hobart and races outside of France. But from the skippers that I've met, Nico's the only one that I'll only ever speak to him in French, and he'll only ever reply to me in English. It's a funny dynamic. And when we sail with other people on board, they end up a bit lost with our discussions.
But obviously sailing, it was interesting, the same applies, where we did the calls, the video vacations with him. He said initially, I have to get my head back into racing with Boris on board the Milizia when first language was English. And I guess his first language would have been English on Mettraux too.
So this is the local boat coming into Les Sables PRB. They've just gone past the factory, but the other little interesting thing to note here is the boats can choose their sail number. Holcim-PRB's sail number is 85, and that is the number of the region here. That is the regional number. Each region has its own number, and it's small details like that that are important to the sponsors, but also important details as to how we control every little element, not just technically, but in terms of media publicity and also for the locals, it's nice for them to sport their local number. Big foils, we see a very different foil profile here as we see Holcim coming up alongside Massive and the other boats that they've sailed alongside. The foils are an element of the boat that generate righting moments. They help put the boat more upright when the wind pushes into the sails, and they also help the boat fly, picking it up out of the water, pushing against the keel. And there's many different designs. This is an area of the boat the technical team can play around with.
So Nicolas Lunven identifying a few friends and family on the dock with a big welcome. As they very much a local boat from with PRB. PRB won the race with Michel Desjardins, won the race in 2000 with Mich, 2004 with Vincent Rioux, and of course they supported Kevin Escoffier in the last race. We're just gently parking the boat now. Big crowds out to welcome Nico home, and indeed Ruyant not far behind. He'll be in the channel very shortly. We will continue our broadcast. Managing this, the rope connect Holcim-PRB to the pontoon. Usual protocol. Our president there in the red jacket, Monsieur Alain Leboeuf. Patricia Brochard there also, I think, the co-president of Stodebo, main sponsors of the race. The sweetest kids.
Nico looking weathered, but actually looking fairly fresh.
He does, doesn't he? I mean, I think that's one of the things he's been good at looking after himself. Very disciplined, very even in terms of morale all the way through the race. I remember him having a few moments when he was a little bit down, but generally, I think as much as anyone in the race, he knew what he was taking on. He was well prepared for it. Very objective and down to earth.
Amazing turnout from the public there.
Yeah. As I say again, it's the weekend, and that's big for the people from Les Sables alone, indeed from the Vendée region, and many people have come down from Brittany and up from La Rochelle in the south just to see the skippers, to salute them, to welcome them home. More typical Breton weather, Alan.
Okay, he's got a fan club there, Andy.
He does indeed, and I think his three biggest plans are there on the foredeck. Getting welcome back to
Kids shouting.
our VIPs, Monsieur Leboeuf, El Presidente, and the champagne moment.
Always get
I
interesting.
love it. It gives me such an insight into the skippers' characters, how they open the champagne. See so many different techniques, and some are super flamboyant, some are careful. Some spray everywhere, and here goes Nico Lunven then celebrating his 6th place in this Vendée Globe. A really accomplished performance, super solid.
And Nico, very quiet, very humble sailor. You wouldn't expect him to have the results he has. He really is one of the top level skippers in this French world and offshore racing circuit. Good to see him celebrate there with the team, thanking everyone one by one. And his daughter's very integrated in this in this process. His daughter's following him around the boat everywhere. It's
And why wouldn't you? But you do wonder if there's a third generation of ocean racer there on the deck beside Nico. What a lasting impression this will leave. Nobody bothered about the weather. So there we go, back on dry land.
Very relaxed as he stepped off there.
Welcomed by his family.
Sponsors. Cachet press. This is the moment everyone's been waiting for him for 74 days. And I'm interested to get some words out of him here, especially in English.
Ouais, écoute, c'est vrai, déjà finir c'est déjà une victoire en soi. Et puis super content d'arriver. Ça n'a pas été tout le temps facile. Il y a eu des super bons moments, des chouettes moments dans ce Vendée Globe, des moments plus difficiles. Mais voilà, je pense que ça fait partie de toute cette aventure, de tout ce projet. Comme je disais tout à l'heure, en fait, il y a l'avant, toute la partie préparation qui a été très intense pour nous. On a récupéré le bateau en septembre 2023, donc en gros un mois avant le départ, un peu en pièces détachées. On a remonté une équipe. Et puis on est capable d'être sur la ligne de départ, il fallait se qualifier, il fallait se préparer, finir la course et puis voilà, puis maintenant vous retrouvez tous, ça fait du bien après 75 jours tout seul. Et voilà, donc super moment, très heureux.
This is a brilliant moment. I'm really,
tout de suite là.
I'm really happy.
Oh t'es chiant, hein, là t'es chiant. C'est la vedette qui est là. So of course I am very happy to be there. It was of course there was some very nice moments, but also some difficulties to face again. So very happy to finish the race. Finishing the race is already a kind of victory for myself, but I think for all the teams and our sponsor.
No translation needed there.
Merci. Vous aussi. Je vois que tout est bien organisé. Il y a même un peu de climat breton en Vendée pour mon arrivée. C'est très gentil. Merci à vous.
I'm very happy, thanking the race organisers for the lovely British weather that they've organised.
Pour être honnête, heureusement, parce que l'esprit humain est mal fait, donc je vais garder les bons moments et les mauvais vont petit à petit s'effacer. Mais la dernière semaine de course a été très difficile.
Human mind is well built up, so I'll take my only good moment from this Vendée Globe and
été une semaine difficile avec des conditions météo difficiles, avec des petits
the last week has been very difficult. I've had a few technical issues, really difficult weather conditions, and I had a bit of a stone in my foot with the
jusqu'à la dernière nuit, parce que la dernière nuit dans le golfe de Gascogne a quand même été
right up until the last week, infernal conditions right at the end with the weather conditions, the traffic, the sea state, stress of something could happen right until the end, even a fishing boat or I don't know what.
Un peu compliqué, donc je suis arrivé fatigué. Je crois que la dernière nuit de course, j'ai
It's
dû
been a bit
dormir
complex
30
now.
minutes, un truc comme ça.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm arriving here pretty tired.
Quand tu fais le Figaro, t'as pas fait 74 jours de mer.
I've been in Figaro mode for the last few days, but remember when you do a Figaro, you haven't spent 70 days racing beforehand. I was hoping to beat my friend Paul Mayer right away to the finish. Unfortunately, I had small issues. I had to slow down the boat. But I to get away, but we fought really well. Sixth place, I'm really happy. Contract feels like it's complete. I've got the satisfaction, I feel like I've done a great job. I've done what I came to do, and I fought hard and sailed alongside Jeremy as well. Great. And with Jeremy and Paul, I also sailed a lot against them. We pretty fight against each other in the big boat class, and great to find us here in the bigger boats team, obviously doing the same. So very happy. No big issues. No big issues. A lot of small ones. Obviously, as you could hear, my daughter was saying that I made a hole in the boat.
fait, la bosse d'enroulement.
But what happened is the J3 furling drum dropped down on the deck. Unluckily,
que le trou rentre dans le bateau. Donc,
it made a dent in the deck, not a full hole.
Et ça
Luckily, it just
mais bon,
stopped
ça,
for
il a
a
fallu
bit.
après
You know,
réparer parce qu'évidemment, la pièce
that
qui
was
avait
something
cassé,
that
je
had
l'avais
to
pas en
repair.
spare, celle-là.
Part
Donc,
broken.
faut bricoler, donc
So
c'est du temps de perdu. Et
I
après,
lost a bit of
c'était pas
time in doing this.
optimal au niveau performance.
Obviously, this isn't
Il y a 3 jours, pareil, toujours des histoires
optimal
de
for the
galettes sur
performance.
les
You
voiles
lose a bit of
d'avant.
time doing the
Qui
repair.
m'ont embêté, donc pareil, j'ai été
Some
obligé de
small issues
m'arrêter
up
pour
in
les
the bow,
changer, ça a été compliqué.
but the furling
Et donc,
drums.
il était
This
temps que
is
j'arrête, d'autres
when
petits
you get this
soucis
kind of issue, you have to slow
des
the boat
petites fuites à
down
droite à
to
gauche.
carry out the
Oh, mais il
repair.
est pas là,
Obviously, loses a bit of time, and this is a big moment for Nico. He's reunited with his dog on top. On top is his fourth child. Andy, I'm sure you've got something to say about this.
c'est mon chien, ouais. Mais
Reunited with his faithful dog.
A small detail people may not know, but Nico always in the figure carried his dog around with him on board the boat. I don't mean physically. He had a sticker printed out with a photo of his dog.
There we go. We're on board now with Thomas Ruyant then coming in. Finished 7th at 5:49 this morning.
C'est difficile de dire non. Hein. C'est forcément
I
comme je
can
disais
see
tout à l'heure.
Thomas arriving in the channel as
À oublier les
Nico
mauvais moments et
reunited
à
with his
garder
dog.
l'élan. Donc, je vais pas dire
But
non.
Alan, the key points, Nico talking about some small, very small problems that cost him. He said it was time to finish, wasn't it?
Yeah, nothing major for Nico, but lots of small ones. And actually, the way Nico talks about it is more about the impact it had on his performance, having to slow down and carry out repairs. And we got a lot of feedback from Charlie and Johan saying that they only spent 10 hours working on the boat at the time they boat. You see that a key element to a prepared boat is, and to a good result, is having to spend as little time as possible to slow the boat down to carry out repairs. But Thomas Ruyant coming in here, I'm sure he'll be really happy with this result. His third Vendée Globe, second finish, but obviously a difficult end for him in the Vendée Globe with a bit of damage as he came back up the Atlantic, cost him a bit of distance in a couple of places.
Clearly, one of the things we've seen since the first images that we saw off the boat and his technical team going on board is disposed of the ragged edge of the J2 that was left in the air that we saw in the first images. But as Alan said, I think he'll be reasonably happy with his 7th in this super competitive top third of the fleet. Just losing out, I think, since the South Atlantic with the loss of his J2.
Thomas very much a transatlantic specialist. He's come through multiple classes, starting off in the Mini, that got him into the sailing, working through the Figaro, the Class 40, being very dominant in a lot of transatlantic races, and of course in the IMOCA, having won, I think, the Transat Jacques Vabre 2 times, and the Route de Rhum and single-handedly won. So very much a single-handed transatlantic expert. And he came into this race with a new boat, having learnt a lot from his last 2 Vendée Globe projects, especially the last one where they had a new boat, and he was very much one of the forerunners alongside of Charlie Dullan in the previous season. But they would have come into this race with an objective of winning, so I'm sure there'll be bittersweet emotions for Thomas. Happy to finish because it's no small feat, but equally he knows that the damage he occurred on his way back up the Atlantic has cost him quite a bit.
Indeed, I think it was just one squall, which was really unexpected. He hit suddenly got 55 knots, was knocked flat, and the J2 was absolutely shredded. I think there was no chance of recovering it or restoring it. Had to bring it back on board and put it down below.
A lot of
that
feedback.
Really was the moment that he then rendered himself less competitive against the boats in front of him. But otherwise, he'd sailed a pretty solid race until then.
And a lot of feedback we're getting from a lot of skippers is the conditions on the way back up the Atlantic have been very unstable, very gusty, very squally, that has been adding another dimension to how they manage the boat. It's very much the wind's been going from 5 to 20 knots. That makes the sail choices difficult. And if you're trying to sail fast all the time, try to carry a bit more sail area. But unfortunately, it means you can get caught out, and Tomo was just a bit unlucky to get caught out and end up damaging one of his key sails on board.
A very different boat to Holcim-PRB, isn't it? This is a Koch Fino-Conch design sister ship to Johan Richome's boat, which finished second. A boat really designed for optimized for the big conditions downwind.
Yeah, very much a Southern Ocean design boat. This a lot more rocker, finer on the transom, allowing in to keep the boat pushing in big seas and downwind. But Tomo actually, despite this being a Southern Ocean boat, had a brilliant start to the race. He, coming away from the Portuguese coast, he came into his own. He invested a lot more heavily into the west of the race course, crossing the doldrums and down towards the equator. And he was the boat furthest west on the approach to Brazil.
He was first over the equator, not by very much, going south.
And then Charlie managed to come down over the top of him, but they were very much first and second as they were entering into the Southern Atlantic Ocean. And we did see he struggled a little bit for speed against the other boats there when a lot of records were being broken. Tomo was always slightly off the pace in that group there, and as often is the case, or sometimes is the case in sailing, when he came round the Cape of Good Hope, he just wasn't quite. He was only just behind the leading bunch, but when he had to jibe to start heading east, he was slightly further north than the other boats, and that difference there was the difference between the leading three boats managing to make a breakaway, and he just got caught up. It compressed behind him, and he got caught up by the boats behind, and that was really the moment that he lost contacts with the podium in this race.
He lost out just a little bit at the beginning of the Indian Ocean. He then could have got out of phase with the leaders, and then that was the point where they really got away, the top three. And then from there it was a rich get richer race.
It's amazing how a couple of miles difference can really define and change the race and your experience in this Vendée Globe.
Well, I think that's the case all the way through the race. Consider how close Boris Herrmann, Clarice Kramer, Sam Davis were at one point. And the Justine Mettraux was in the same group. She was able to jump off the front along with Boris. And suddenly they put 1,000 miles on the two who remained behind and are now a long way back. Both, certainly Boris with his problems with his port foil. But these small differences, just jumping onto a system or being able to get through, make a big difference. But Thomas Ruyant then really enjoying this moment of release. Deliverance from his solo around the world race, 75 days, 16 hours. Just noting how similar the deltas are between these recent boats, between 8 and 10 hours between the successive boats.
Again, we see the view here, Andy, from in front. Very different foils from Holcim-PRB. Again, as we were talking about before, the foils are an element of the boat that are free to be designed. There's lots of different concepts, and it very much depends what your hull form is, where you want to be strong, what conditions you want to optimize your boat for performance-wise.
You can just see the evolution of the IMOCA with the old generation boat behind to where we are now. And you wonder where we'll go in the future. But Thomas set the previous 24-hour IMOCA record at 530 miles, I think 539 from memory. Consider where we've got to on this race. But just enjoying the welcome back from the people of Les Sables d'Olonne, and indeed all the visitors who have come in to enjoy and share the skipper's return.
And now we can see it is Thomas on the bow, his shore crew.
So there we go, Thomas Ruyant's time of the elapsed time for the race, 75 days, 16 hours, 47 minutes and 27 seconds. 10 days and 22 hours after Charlie Dallant. And just about 10 hours after Nicolas Lunven, who's on the dock, and I'm sure we'll give Thomas a big welcome in a few minutes' time.
Fantastic scenes there, Andy. A lot of crowd again. All the way up the channel, Les Sables d'Olonne.
And indeed, I'm sure they'll all turn out to welcome Justine Mettraux in later this afternoon. And then Sam Goodchild potentially on the next tide, probably around about midnight. But he looked super happy. Less time to recover, unlike Nico, who had the whole night with his technical team on board. Thomas just coming in, I say, at 5:49 this morning. He was a bit slowed coming in as well in this light winds. Thomas Ruyant Racing run the two boats. They're both vulnerable. Sam Goodchild racing the older generation boat, which Thomas sailed on the last race, lost his port foil when he was lying second.
It's been an interesting collaboration to bring the sponsors together, run a two-boat campaign. It's definitely something that we're seeing more teams being interested in doing. It allows resources to be shared among teams, to reduce the overall budget slightly, but also to help perform and share ideas. You know, a lot of this world, a lot of sailing is about experience. It's about sharing ideas and experiences to help develop and reduce the chances or likelihood of damage or failure on board these boats. And this has been kept as Vendée Globe. I don't want to count the chickens before they hatch, Andy, but we're seeing more boats making it around this Vendée Globe than ever before. Now Thomas sharing a moment with his team here. This is what it's about. It's a single-handed race around the world, but it's dozens of people, maybe more, that allowed this to happen. Not just directly like the shore team that are there, do the work, build the boat, maintain the boat, but it's about the sponsors, it's about the family, the friends, all the support that you receive. So it's good to see him sharing this moment with the guys who have literally built this boat and put it together. And this is one of the things that's so amazing about the Vendée Globe. It's the amount of support the public give to the boats. I mean, this race has been followed avidly all across France. The local schools will all be coming down for these finishes. They take, if there's a week time arrival, the schools take time out of school to come down and watch the skippers come in. It's such a big moment for every single boat that makes it around the world, and I think that's really appreciated in the French public.
Indeed, and of course we always reflect that the finish of the last race was very much behind closed doors during the latter stages of the pandemic, but that was really a massive step up in terms of interest in the Vendée Globe all around the world, and particularly in France. And now given the opportunity to come and share the finishes when people are turning out in their tens of thousands, much busier today than it was yesterday, principally because it's the weekend, I'm sure, but also we have a number of boats, up to 4 boats finishing in quick succession.
Just coming around the corner there, they're coming past the capitanerie of the port, and he'll be lining up for the pontoon d'honneur.
Thomas, slightly different to some of the skippers ahead of him. He's from the north of France, from a little village just outside Dunkirk. His programmes initially, his first Vendée and his Class 40s were supported by local, big group of local businesses who collaborated together to support his Class 40, and then his IMOCA programme, his first IMOCA on the 2016 race, suffered major structural damage just to the west of New Zealand, nearly broke in half. He managed to just bring it back to safety. And I think he was 5th at the time. And the same programme really came forward initially to support him, and then this company owner, or this Advent Security, back or support both or support Ruyant Racing, which run Lisco and Sam Goodchild.
I think what's interesting, Andy, is the project has been built up by collaboration of different sponsors, and when Sam's project joined, he came alongside along with Leighton, and they decided to make a common pot to put together for this 2-boat project, 2-boat campaign, all managed by Thomas' team.
So there we go. Vulnerable coming into the Port Alona Marina. Beautiful shot of the geography of the marina, and Les Sables with the salt flats up to the northwest. Once again, you're seeing the public moving along the breakwaters on the side of the marina, heading into our race village, where I'm sure both skippers are about to get a big welcome.
A very different view from the bow of this boat. You see it's not quite as it's not got the same bow profile as Holcim, and these characteristics really make the boat stronger in some conditions and less performant in other conditions. And the game really is to try and understand the weather conditions you think are going to be most important for the round the world race, that you're going to experience most of, the areas where you really want to make the gains. It's interesting to see a few boats in the port. They've got Mishdej's catamaran, and as well as an old classic boats there, Lola 1919. A lot of very different boats on our screen right now from different generations with different purposes. Coming back to Thomas' boat, we can see on the coach roof a big emphasis has been made for visibility. We can see a lot of windows in the coach roof that allow him to, from the helm or central control position, look out forward. And there's a big difference between the boats and the generations. Now the boats are are more about protecting the skippers. They're more about having as much visibility as possible and really trying to work on the ergonomics to make life on board as comfortable as possible. And don't be fooled when I say as comfortable as possible. These boats are really not comfortable. They're some of the most unpleasurable boats I've probably sailed on, but because they're lightweight carbon fibre boats, they go at tremendous speeds. But that's why it's so important to protect the human, to keep the human, the sailor, in as good a condition as possible, so they can remain physically on good form, but also mentally lucid enough to drive, control these boats, not just for performance, but safely around the world.
But it was interesting to hear that both Charlie Dallin and Johan Richomme saying that now the human is the weak link, as it were, in the performance, and so they really have to be protected and maximize the ability to live through the race. Thomas Ruyant then ready to step off onto dry land for the first time in 75 days, nearly 76. He does wear his heart on his sleeve. He doesn't hide his, not over emotional, but he never hides anything. And if he's finding it tough, he simply says that. He's also had some great moments of pleasure on the race course. He really, I think, Alan, thrives on competition, thrives on head-to-head racing, the same as Paul Mea said yesterday.
Again, I think Tom is one of those sailors that just really absolutely tough, hard as nails. And the port's starting to fill up. We can see more and more boats. The boats have to stay here in Les Sables for 2 weeks after their arrival before they're allowed to go back to their home ports. So it's going to start to get more and more busy down on the pontoons.
Which of course is good for the visitors. The start is legendary. The start period was open for 3 weeks, the race village, and with 300,000 or 400,000 people filing through the race village with queues of up to 2.5 hours at times waiting to get down onto the race pontoon to see the boats and the skippers up close and personal. But it was really a case of filing past in a queue all the way around the pontoons, whereas now there's a good chance to come and see the boats after they're finished and enjoy the finishes, share these moments of triumph. Have a public reception in the bar every evening with a chat show with the skippers for the visitors. It's very, very informal and good fun.
And I keep coming back to the shape and the design of the boats here, but this is a really nice angle to show the bow. And it really shows, you know, that this is a boat designed for Southern Ocean to try and lift the bow out the water when it plants into the next wave.
So there we go, Thomas Ruyant coming into the pontoon d'honneur. The music is choice of music building up in the background. Big smiles from the skipper from the north of France. 6th on the last race, 7th this time in a much more competitive fleet. Just like Jeremy Bayou before him, I think probably is happy with the 7th. Certainly happier with 7th this time than 6th last time. He was one of the skippers who really lost out a lot in the latter stages of the race, particularly because of the time compensation granted to the skippers who helped in the rescue of Kevin Escoffier.
The level of competition becoming harder and harder as this world is getting more and more professional. There's more sailors making it through. There's more boats. There's bigger sponsors. There's heavier hitters here. It's, you know, seventh place is definitely a massive result, and I'm sure he'll be happy. He knows what it's like not to make it around the planet, Thomas. So he'll be happy with finishing. I think it's a great result. I'm sure part of him will also want the win, but him alongside 10 other skippers here on this Vendée Globe finish line. But at the end of the day, there can only be one winner over the line. But actually, any project that makes it to the start line is already a winner. And if you have the added bonus to make it to the finish line, I think you feel like a winner no matter what, Andy. That seems to be what we're hearing.
Indeed, I mean, they always say that 80% of the success in the Vendée Globe is, or 80% of the battle is getting to the start line in the first place. Thomas Ruyant then steps back on land on the red carpet, welcomed by his team and his sponsors. Two lovely moments for the skipper of Vulnerable.
And these moments can feel pretty surreal when you come back on shore. All the faces, all the people.
Indeed, but they're all close friends who've been waiting and family have been waiting. I think the difference probably now is that a lot of them will have some kind of communication with them over the course of the race, but it's about the human contact, isn't it? Just for everybody, that little moment, that little hug just releases the tension. It's a physical understanding that the race is over and the skipper is back safely. So there we go, Thomas Ruyant then coming to speak to the media, I think. Big cheers from the race village. Hubert Lemonnier there, the race director, giving a big hug to Thomas Ruyant. Again, mutual understanding, mutual respect, mutual solidarity. Thomas thanking Hubert and his team for looking after the fleet while they're out on the race course. And Hubert acknowledging a great performance, bringing the boat back safely.
The race team, like the sailors, are running a 24-hour watch system. There's someone on watch the whole time. They're monitoring these boats every minute away around the race course and in contact with them. Any technical issues, serious technical issues, they're informed first, so they can understand and ensure and try to control the safety of the boats and the fleet. They're kind of the central hub, the brain of the Vendée Globe, really, pulling together all the elements.
Indeed, their tracker is updated, I think, every 5 minutes or every 10 minutes compared to what we see on our tracker, which is the public tracker, so they know immediately if there's any problem, any issue. It's a big undertaking. We have a team of 5 working watches around the clock, 24/7, start to finish, all the way through until the last skipper comes in. But anyway, here we go. Big welcome, big cheers for Thomas Ruyant and his team. Champagne moment.
He's enjoying this moment. Every finish to this race is a win, and there's so many stories that we've seen already from every boat, from every competitor, and there'll be many more that we'll hear about now through the interviews and the stories that will start to come out about each person's individual Vendée Globe. Looks like a lot of happy faces down there on the dock. They're all pretty glad to have Thomas back in, I think.
It's a mix of happiness and relief, I think, as ever. Every skipper, no matter what, getting back onto the dock is a victory of some sort.
And it'll be another team of 10 people that can get a good night's sleep tonight. Or maybe not tonight.
More, I'm sure. Certainly hugely popular skipper back in his native area of France, up in the north. French are very big on the regional origins of their skippers. Most, I think, coming from Brittany and where it's the real epicenter, but they make a big point of Thomas coming from the north, like they used to make the big point of Jean-Pierre coming from the south, from Nice originally, and so on. So Ruyant just taking his time before joining us for his media interviews. He's going to do their official team photos, but get a little bit of a view of what size the Thomas Ruyant team is, TRR Racing. One of the teams running 2 boats in this race. Same too for Jeremy Bayou's BU Racing, who do some of the management for Justine Mettraux's teamwork, Team SNEF, who should, I think, be getting to the finish line fairly soon. But a big day for the TRR, Thomas Ruyant Racing, with Sam Goodchild coming on later, closing into the line. At one point, it looked like they would come in together in the same channel. Justine Mettraux now just less than 15 miles to the line. 13 and a half miles to the finish line for Justine now, doing, well, she's slow again. Speed really has been up and down as it has been for Sam Goodchild, although Sam coming in with a stronger breeze, which we're expecting to fill in this afternoon. Well, there you go.
There's the team picture.
A big picture, big team.
Big picture, big team. This is the most people we've seen on board an Imoca 60. The poor boat will be thinking, I've been single-handed this whole time. What's going on?
The whole vulnerable name and initiative is a social responsibility program which is supported by multiple companies in the region, which is about embracing vulnerability and making it a strength for people in all walks of life. Run in concert with their For People and For the Planet messages. Thomas's boat's For the People and Sam's is For the Planet. And before that, their program was the Linked Out, which was all about helping vulnerable people get into work, into homes, and giving them a better position in life, bringing structure to their lives, and giving them a second chance.
Definitely interesting. It shows a different way of utilizing the sponsorship, especially with the 2 boats and the huge branding platform that's available. It's really interesting to see the different way people exploit these opportunities and utilize them to either send out a message or benefit from the opportunity. Ultimately, these are huge billboards that sail around the world for people to stick their name on or to support a cause.
Elle est d'autant plus forte que la fin a été pas facile.
And here we have a few words from
Je savais
Thomas.
qu'il y aurait du monde à l'arrivée, mais ouais, ça fait chaud au cœur parce que l'arrivée là cette nuit, elle était quand même pas.
He's very overwhelmed by the amount
C'est
of
pas une
people that
arrivée,
have
c'est une arrivée un peu
come
bizarre,
down
quoi. Un
to
peu
see
tout
his
seul au
arrival.
large, sous la
Said it was a
pluie,
difficult
dans
arrival
pas de vent.
last night.
Et on a bien fait
Single-handed
d'attendre ce
night
matin pour
time
arriver.
coming in was really
Et
tricky.
voilà, voir tout ce public, retrouver l'équipe, non, super arrivé.
But it's great to find all the team, to be reunited with them and to have all this public that's coming up to it.
Heureusement, parce que non, ça n'a pas été tout le temps un chemin de croix. Elle a été dure, mais je pense qu'elle a été dure pour tous les marins.
It's been a hard race,
Chacun
but
a
I
eu
think it's been a hard race
son
for
lot de
everyone.
soucis, et c'est
Everyone
ce qui fait le sel de
had
cette
their own little
course.
problems.
Maintenant,
that's
c'est
what
sûr
makes
que la
this
remontée de
sport.
l'Atlantique,
For sure, coming back
voilà,
up the Atlantic,
il y a eu des cartes météo pas faciles à jouer.
there were some
des
tricky weather
avaries,
situations
il a fallu faire avec tout ça,
to
mais je
negotiate.
suis
Had a few
je suis
issues
hyper
with,
fier en fait
on board
d'avoir
that I had to
terminé.
also deal with, but you know, I'm
D'être
really
arrivé
proud
ici, en gardant
to finish this race, to arrive here
l'énergie
into
que je
the
voulais
Fabulous.
mettre du début à la fin. Et
I feel like
voilà,
I put a
je suis
good
fier de ramener
energy
un
and
bateau
rhythm
en bon
into
état, même si,
my
voilà, il y
race
a eu
course.
des
I brought the
problèmes,
boat back
quelques petits soucis, mais je suis
in
hyper
a
fier
good
de l'équipe,
good
de ce qu'on
condition.
a
So, you
fourni
know, I'm
depuis
really
3 ans pour
proud
arriver
of the team and the
un
work
beau
that
bateau
they've
comme celui-là
done
qui m'a donné quand même beaucoup de plaisir.
to make it possible.
Voilà, après, c'est sûr que le résultat sportif, il est pas celui qu'on espérait en partant.
The
Et je pense
sporting
que,
result
donner
isn't
ma place,
necessarily
au
what I
départ, j'aurais pas signé et
would have
ça aurait été
wanted.
bien con. Parce qu'au final, voilà, ça a été une belle course et
But you know, actually, it's been a
j'ai vu la
beautiful
régate un peu à tous
course
les étages.
that I've been able to race against other boats the
J'ai
whole
pris
way
beaucoup de
around the race
plaisir,
course.
parfois moins, mais
I've
voilà,
taken a lot of
c'est ça
pleasure,
aussi qu'on va
not always
chercher
pleasure. Sometimes it was hard,
sur un tour du monde. Mais non, très fier
but you
de ce
know,
qu'on a
that's
réalisé
a
avec
lap
tout
of the
le groupe.
planet. So I'm very proud of what we've managed to achieve with the team.
C'est une équipe un peu différente, une équipe qui s'est étoffée, plus de monde, il y a eu beaucoup d'énergie de mis autour de moi, autour du bateau.
A lot of
Et je
energy has
sais
been
que, voilà,
put
même
into me
si,
by the team, into me and into the boat.
l'objectif de départ, il était vraiment d'essayer de jouer devant et
And you know,
les
the
premiers rôles, je
objective
pense
from
qu'on
the
il faut
start
les
was
regretter,
really to be
et
right
c'est
at the
ce qui
front
fait
of the
aussi la
fleet,
force de cette course, c'est qu'on ne peut pas être déçu finalement.
to not
Et moi,
regret
c'est
the
ce que je vais
decisions we
retenir,
make,
c'est
and
que, voilà,
you know, that's
j'ai
what I'm
pas
going
envie
to take
d'avoir
away.
d'amertume parce que on a mis toute l'énergie du début à
We
la
have
fin,
put
de la
all of
construction
our
du
energy
bateau
into this. I
jusqu'à
put all
l'arrivée de
my
cette
energy
course.
into this, right from
J'ai pas
the
baissé
build
mon
of the
niveau
boat
d'intensité.
to the
Et bon, il y a
arrival
eu des
here.
problèmes.
The level of intensity that
Je
I've
suis
put
fier
in
de ça.
has been full on, and I'm very proud of it, of everyone who's been involved.
Merci.
So there we go, big hug between Nicolas Lunven and Thomas Ruyant, reunited on the pontoon d'honneur. Nico just 8 or 9 hours ahead of Thomas. Immediately, I think, getting into the nitty-gritty, Alan, of the did you do this, did you do that, and a little bit of the karate chop yachting straight off the bat. But they were close, you know. It was still a battle coming up to Cape Finisterre. There wasn't really that much in it, although Thomas, I think, hampered without that sail for a lot of the time. But I think the key thing we take away from Thomas in particular, seeing how hard the Atlantic was, how hard the South Atlantic was. But he in particular said how much he took pleasure from the whole race. Do you think it's a reflection on how tough he is, Alan?
Yeah, no, definitely, and also a reflection of this race. I mean, you come into this race and you realise it's not just a race; it's an adventure. It's not just an adventure; it's the adventure. It's sailing around the entire planet single-handedly on one of the most highest performance boats on the planet. So it's, you know, getting into this finish line is a win for him. It's a win for the team. I'm sure he would have wanted more. He's not alone in wanting more in terms of a higher result up the race, up the rankings, onto the podium. But yeah, it's good to see him having a really positive attitude. That's what it's about. It's about being able to enjoy it, the good moments, relishing them, but also get through the hard ones and come out of it a more experienced, better sailor. And Tom has definitely had his share of hard moments in the process and in this race. But good to see. I find him very positive there generally, Andy, and
yeah,
and a good interview. Shame not to get anything from him in English though.
Thomas, I don't think he does a lot of English, despite the fact he lives so close to, or he comes from so close to England. But no, but it just gives you a little insight again into the origins and the outlooks of the different skippers and what they see as priorities. And Nicolas Lunven, with a more international, broader background. As we said, 3 ocean races under his belt, raced other classes. However, it's going to be interesting to see where these skippers go next, indeed.
2 very different skippers, as you say there, Andy. You know, Tom have very much come up through the French system, the Mini, the Figaro, the Class 40, very much stayed in France, whereas Nico, also having come up through the French system, Tour de France, Le Voile, Figaro, but having broadened his horizons a little more into the international stage with Sydney Hobart, IRC, Volvo Ocean Race, the Ocean Race Europe, sailing on international teams. Interesting to see the different avenues that people take to arrive to this Vendée Globe finish line.
Indeed, I think you have to reflect to a certain extent how well Nicolas Lunven has done, considering where he started from in the IMOCA. Just saying that he only really took over this programme as skipper in 23. 22 he was a stand-in skipper on Banque Populaire. But he also reflected he was in as a co-skipper with Sam on Initiative Cœur until he was selected to the job on the Holcim-PRB. So he's super adaptable. But in terms of learning the boat, getting the hard miles in, and under pressure, I think, if I'm not wrong, to qualify in the first place on the Transats, needed to make sure he was got the finishes.
Yeah, definitely. And it's hard to explain the different levels of work and foundations that have built up each of these sailors' careers. You know, Nico, if we look at him, very much they gain a lot of single-handed sailing, a lot of hardening up, of toughening, of learning the real nitty-gritty of the racing from the smaller boats, the Figaro in particular, the Mini, and then the Class 40s moving into more transatlantic racing. And then his ability to have gained a lot of experience by sailing with other teams and picking up a lot of knowledge before, you know, really that foundation meant that he was the man that could jump onto this boat last minute. And
I think as much as anything, the Mini for sure, teaches self-reliance, self-sufficiency, and Thomas won that in 2009.
The Mini, in a way, more of an adventure race. It's you go out there with no contact at all with your sextant, and you have to navigate your way across the Atlantic with no grid file. So it's, you know, each of these bring a different element, a different aspect to sailing. Probably in a way more aligned with what the original Vendée Globe was, and it definitely teaches you to learn to have that solitude throughout the Mini. And Figaro then giving a more close boat-on-boat performance level of learning. The shore crews be looking over the boats now, trying to find any small little details, any breakages, any things that the skippers have missed. They're always very interested to know how their work has held up and what they can learn from this. So they'll be using.
I think in
this
general they already have their job list and what needs to be done or certainly in terms of the bigger jobs in the near future. Won't be a massive amount of downtime.
No, because these boats will go into the workshop now for a couple of months, 2 or 3 months, and then they'll be back out racing again this summer, training hard and racing. Some of these boats will do the Ocean Race Europe, some of them will do the Round Britain and Ireland Fastnet. And at the end of the year, the Transat Jacques Vabre. There's a full race program. These are racing boats and they're racing projects, and the skippers like to race. The other element that happens now on the pontoons is, as soon as they arrive, the race officials come on board, the measurers come on board to check all the elements that the boat's still within the rules, because there's a set amount of things on board that they're not allowed to touch, they're not allowed to move, and they end up being sealed in place. So these are the kind of the small procedures that will be going on now while the boats have just hit the dock. It's really important to do that straight away. As Nico Lunven, he looks like a very happy man with his tour of the planet, discussing with Tom. And these are all the little moments that they like to share, talk about who took which shift, what breakages you had, why did you do this, why did you do that. It's the trying to get the little insight, trying to understand how much energy your competitor's got left in him, and trying to share the moment with the other people who lived through this experience, this race with you, because they're the only other ones that can really understand. The race committee there with Pierre and Fabien Delahaye.
So there we go, the two skippers then coming up the pontoon together, saluted by their shore teams on the red carpet. They come on to be greeted by the public.
Thomas with his family alongside him there. It's interesting to see the importance of family and the connection that they have when they come back ashore. And
so Nicolas Lunven first onto the pontoon as the 6th place finisher.
a good public have built up there in front of the scene. They'll be waiting to hear a few words from Nico Lunven. And Tomaryu.
Oui, merci, bonjour à toutes et à tous. Je veux vraiment,
So with the finishing words from Mr. Leboeuf, the president of the Vendée region and the Vendée Globe, just thanking the skippers for the races, for letting us and making us dream. We're going to finish our live coverage of these two skippers. We will be back with the channel for Justine Mettraux probably later on today, and then Sam Goodchild round about midnight. But great public gathering, great support for these two skippers. But join us again, watch your social media for the times we're broadcasting. We'll be broadcasting the live arrival of Justine Mettraux and Sam Goodchild later on today. And we'll have Sam and Nico in the English live program tomorrow. So join us then.
don't pick up my calls. I could really use a sign to keep me going. Oh, give you everything, but you limit your love. Miss you instant. Now the moment's over. Coming to my senses. Wish that I would cut it out. Loving you is tempting. Lost in the escape right now. I cross the oceans using my very last breath of life. Your waves will keep me floating, carry me through the night. But I'm going through withdrawals when you don't pick up my calls. I could really use a sign to keep me going. Oh, give you everything, but you limit your love. Miss you instant. Now the moment's over. Coming to my senses. Wish that I would cut it out. Loving you is tempting. Lost in the escape right now. Looks a lot like you when I walk into the room. My mind is so confused, yeah, why am I so confused? I try to find a view that's a different shade of hue, but my heart is always blue, yeah. Give you everything, but you limit your love. Miss you instant. Now the moment's over. Coming to my senses. Wish that I would cut it out. Loving you is tempting. Lost in the escape right now.
He's coming, leave any doubts at the door. Only good times, let the DJ take us on a tour. A little disco, and maybe some classic soul. Once we get started, you will be wanting more and more. To the right, to the left, show me what you're working with. To the right, to the left, I can't stop, let's lose ourselves. To the right, to the left, I think we got a little situation. To the right, to the left, show me what you're working with. To the right, to the left, I can't stop, let's lose ourselves. To the right, to the left, I think we got a little situation. Drenched in sweat, I'm feeling too good to stop. She keeps moving, and I do my best to keep up. Out of body experience, as if we on the move set. Two figures dancing, I can see them move and connect. To the right, to the left, show me what you're working with. To the right, to the left, I can't stop, let's lose ourselves. To the right, to the left, I think we got a little situation. To the right, to the left, show me what you're working with. To the right, to the left, I can't stop, let's lose ourselves. To the right, to the left, I think we got a little situation. We got a little situation. We got a little situation.
All alone, and I know what I got to do without you. I know what I choose. 'Cause someday we'll be without truth. And baby, it's bad news. Oh, you got to hold me and fill me up, knowing that I never had your way with love. I know you're lonely, sometimes I feel it too, but I know that they're coming, I know, but you got the nights in you.
someone you could trust. Am I mistaken? Hope is fading. Too much is never enough. She's in love with the night. Sing and let yourself go. And I've been lost in the lights. White heels on the dance floor. She's in love with the night. Sing and let yourself go. She's in love with the night. White heels on the dance floor. When life gave me rotten lemons, what did I make? Nothing good. When everything was wrong, does your little heart break? Could you feel so good that nothing let you down? Got to rise above anything that makes you frown. I can't hold back these tears even when I'm okay. Need a friend. I'll be here till the end. The sky. I just won't let you down. The sky. Still in the game, so put your back down on sunshine. Push those clouds away. The sky. When I'm coming to the sky. When it's alright, why does everything go wrong? I feel you messing with the clouds. When things go bad, why does it take so long? Let me pull you from your cloud. Are you holding back tears even when you're okay? I'll be here till the end. The sky. I just won't let you down. The sky. Still in the game, take your money, put all your chips down on sunshine. Push those clouds away. The sky. The kids don't know how. If you sit down and close your eyes, and I will see through you. Are you feeling that devotion for love? Everything's gonna be alright. I'll be here till the end. The sky. I just won't let you down. The sky. Still in the game, so put your back down on sunshine. Push those clouds away. The sky. The sky. Don't give up just yet. You know it's gonna be alright. Still in the game. On sunshine. Push those clouds away. The sky. The kids don't know how. I know where your heart is. Please don't break mine, darling. I know where your heart is. Please don't break mine, darling. I'd move the mountains for you if you needed me to try. The strength within me is the fire you light inside. I'd go the distance, I'd run any amount of miles. My love is endless, watch it flow, the rivers never dry. But I'm going through a drought when you don't pick up my calls. I could really use a sign to keep me going. Oh, give you everything, but you let me your love. Miss you instinct. Now the moment's over. Come and
so confused, yeah, why am I so confused? I try to find a view that's a different shade of hue, but my heart is always blue, yeah. Give you everything, but you let me down. Miss your instinct, now the moment's over. Coming to my senses, wish that I would cut it out. Loving you is tempting, lost in the escape right now. Where your heart is, please don't break mine, darling. I know where your heart is, please don't break mine, darling. So cheers, yeah, cheers to me, to me, to me. Yeah, wake up early, I'm so ready for this day, yeah. I got the energy, the secret sauce, so yeah, yeah. I won't let nobody else bring me down. I won't let nobody turn this smile around. Then I remember my mama's voice in my head. Why don't you be your own boss instead? 'Cause you really don't need no one's permission now or then or ever. I got my own damn mind and I'm looking hot. I got my friends right behind me, yeah, we're tearing it up. I got the whole world looking, yeah, we're bossing it up. Tonight, 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 here's to me. I raise my glass real high tonight. So here, yeah, here's to me. Tell myself I'm gonna be alright. So cheers, yeah, cheers to me. Duh. Wake up early, life's a miracle, amazing. Slow it down, rise it up with entertaining. I won't let nobody else bring me down. Bring me down, bring me down. I got my own damn mind and I'm looking hot. I got my friends right behind me, yeah, we're tearing it up. I got the whole world looking, yeah, we're bossing it up. Tonight, 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 here's to me. I raise my glass real high tonight. So here, yeah, here's to me. Tell myself I'm gonna be alright. So cheers, yeah, cheers to me. So cheers, yeah, cheers to me. Take a chance, there's nothing to lose now. Here's to all or nothing. I'm choosing love. La 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 la. Take a chance, there's nothing to lose now. Here's to all or nothing. I'm choosing love. La 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 la. La 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 la. Here's to me. Here's to me. I raise my glass real high tonight. So here, yeah, here's to me. Tell myself I'm gonna be alright. So cheers, yeah, cheers to me. So cheers, yeah, cheers to me. So cheers, yeah, cheers to me. So cheers, yeah, cheers to me.
He's coming, leaving it outside the door. Only good times. Let the DJ take us on the tour. A little disco and maybe some classic soul. Once we get started, you lose ourselves to the right, to the left. I think we got a little situation. To the right, to the left. Show me what you're working with. To the right, to the left. I can't stop, let's lose ourselves. To the right, to the left. I think we got a little situation. Drenched in sweat, I'm feeling too good to stop. She keeps moving, and I do my best to keep up. Out of body experience, as if we on the move set. Two figures dancing, I can see them move and connect. To the right, to the left. Show me what you're working with. To the right, to the left. I can't stop, let's lose ourselves. To the right, to the left. I think we got a little situation. To the right, to the left. Show me what you're working with. To the right, to the left. I can't stop, let's lose ourselves. To the right, to the left. I think we got a little situation. I think we got a little situation. We got a little situation.
All alone, and I know what I got to do without you. I know what I choose. 'Cause someday we'll be without truth. And baby's bad news. Oh, you got to hold me and fill me up, knowing that I never had your way with luck. I know you're lonely, sometimes I feel it too, but I know that they're coming. I know, but you got the nights in you. Hey, well, do you wanna ride with me or tear up the night with me? Oh, you got the nights in you. Hey, and do you wanna ride with me or drown in the light to me? Oh, you got the nights in you. All alone, and I know what I got to do without you. I know what I choose. 'Cause someday we'll be without truth. And I knew, but you got the nights in you. Hey, well, do you wanna ride with me or tear up the night with me? Oh, you got the nights in you. Hey, and do you wanna ride with me or drown in the light to me? Oh, you got the nights in you. Do you wanna come home? There's a fierce fire on your desire, and I've gotta know. Do you wanna come back? Oh, it's a harder time. There's a room I see, it waits for me in another track. You got the nights in you. Hey, and do you wanna ride with me or tear up the night with me? Oh, you got the nights in you. try. The strength within me is the fire you light inside. I'd go the distance, I'd run any amount of miles. My love is endless, watch it flow, the rivers never dry. But I'm going through withdrawals when you don't pick up my calls. I could really use a sign to keep me going. Oh, give you everything, but you leave me your love. Miss you instinct. Now the moment's over. Coming to my senses. Wish that I would cut it out. Loving you is tempting. Lost in the escape right now. I crossed the oceans using my very last breath of life. Your waves will keep me floating, carry me through the night. But I'm going through withdrawals when you don't pick up my calls. I could really use a sign to keep me going. Oh, give you everything, but you leave me your love. Miss you instinct. Now the moment's over. Coming to my senses. Wish that I would cut it out. Loving you is tempting. Lost in the escape right now. Looks a lot like you when I walk into the room. My mind is so confused, yeah, why am I so confused? I try to find a view that's a different shade of hue, but my heart is always blue, yeah. Give you everything, but you leave me your love. Miss you instinct. Now the moment's over. Coming to my senses. Wish that I would cut it out. Loving you is tempting. Lost in the escape right now.
He's coming, leave any doubts at the door. Only good times, let the DJ take us on a tour. A little disco, and maybe some classic soul. Once we get started, you will be wanting more and more. To the right, to the left, show me what you're working with. To the right, to the left, I can't stop, let's lose ourselves. To the right, to the left, I think we got a little situation. To the right, to the left, show me what you're working with. To the right, to the left, I can't stop, let's lose ourselves. To the right, to the left, I think we got a little situation. Drenched in sweat, I'm feeling too good to stop. She keeps moving, and I do my best to keep up. Out of body experience, as if we on the move set. Two figures dancing, I can see the move and connect. To the right, to the left, show me what you're working with. To the right, to the left, I can't stop, let's lose ourselves. To the right, to the left, I think we got a little situation. To the right, to the left, show me what you're working with. To the right, to the left, I can't stop, let's lose ourselves. To the right, to the left, I think we got a little situation. I think we got a little situation. We got a little situation.
a harder time. There's a room I see, it waits for me in another nursery. You got the nights in you, hey. And do you wanna ride with me, or tear up the night with me? Oh, you got the nights in you, hey. And do you wanna vibe with me, or drown in the lights with me? Oh, you got the nights in you, hey.
don't pick up my calls. I could really use a sign to keep me going. Oh, give you everything, but you let me your love. Miss you instant. Now the moment's over. Coming to my senses. Wish that I would cut it out. Loving you is tempting. Lost in the escape right now. I cross the oceans using my very last breath of life. Your waves will keep me floating, carry me through the night. But I'm going through withdrawals when you don't pick up my calls. I could really use a sign to keep me going. Oh, give you everything, but you let me your love. Miss you instant. Now the moment's over. Coming to my senses. Wish that I would cut it out. Loving you is tempting. Lost in the escape right now. It looks a lot like you when I walk into the room. My mind is so confused, yeah, why am I so confused? I try to find a view that's a different shade of hue, but my heart is always blue, yeah. Give you everything, but you let me your love. Miss you instant. Now the moment's over. Coming to my senses. Wish that I would cut it out. Loving you is tempting. Lost in the escape right now.
Please come in, leave any doubts at the door. Only good times. Let the DJ take us on a tour. A little disco and maybe some classic soul. Once we get started, you will be wanting more and more. To the right, to the left, show me what you're working with. To the right, to the left, I can't stop, let's lose ourselves. To the right, to the left, I think we got a little situation. To the right, to the left, show me what you're working with. To the right, to the left, I can't stop, let's lose ourselves. To the right, to the left, I think we got a little situation. Drenched in sweat, I'm feeling too good to stop. She keeps moving, and I do my best to keep up. Out of body experience, as if we on the move set. Two figures dancing, I can see the move and connect. To the right, to the left, show me what you're working with. To the right, to the left, I can't stop, let's lose ourselves. To the right, to the left, I think we got a little situation. To the right, to the left, show me what you're working with. To the right, to the left, I can't stop,
don't pick up my calls. I could really use a sign to keep me going. Oh, give you everything, but you let me your love. Miss you instinct. Now the moment's over. Coming to my senses. Wish that I would cut it out. Loving you is tempting. Lost in the escape right now. I cross the oceans using my very last breath of life. Your waves will keep me floating, carry me through the night. But I'm going through withdrawals when you don't pick up my calls. I could really use a sign to keep me going. Oh, give you everything, but you let me your love. Miss you instinct. Now the moment's over. Coming to my senses. Wish that I would cut it out. Loving you is tempting. Lost in the escape right now. Looks a lot like you when I walk into the room. My mind is so confused, yeah, why am I so confused? I try to find a view that's a different shade of hue, but my heart is always blue, yeah. Give you everything, but you let me your love. Miss you instinct. Now the moment's over. Coming to my senses. Wish that I would cut it out. Loving you is tempting. Lost in the escape right now.
Peace coming, leave any doubts at the door. Only good times, let the DJ take us on a tour. A little disco, and maybe some classic soul. Once we get started, you will be wanting more and more. To the right, to the left, show me what you're working with. To the right, to the left, I can't stop, let's lose ourselves. To the right, to the left, I think we got a little situation. To the right, to the left, show me what you're working with. To the right, to the left, I can't stop, let's lose ourselves. To the right, to the left, I think we got a little situation. Drenched in sweat, I'm feeling too good to stop. She keeps moving, and I do my best to keep up. Out of body experience, as if we on the move. Said two figures dancing, I can see them move and connect. To the right, to the left, show me what you're working with. To the right, to the left, I can't stop, let's lose ourselves. To the right, to the left, I think we got a little situation. To the right, to the left, show me what you're working with. To the right, to the left, I can't stop, let's lose ourselves. To the right, to the left, I think we got a little situation. We got a little situation. We got a little situation.
All alone, and I know what I got to do without you. I know what I choose. 'Cause someday we'll be without truth. And baby's bad news. Oh, you got to hold me and fill me up, knowing that I never had your way with love. I know you're lonely, sometimes I feel it too, but I know that they're coming, I know, but you got the nights in you. Hey, well, do you wanna ride with me, tear up the night with me? Oh, you got the nights in you. Hey, and do you wanna ride with me, or drown in the light to me? Oh, you got the nights in you. All alone, and I know what I got to do without you. I know what I choose. 'Cause someday we'll be without truth. And I knew, but you got the nights in you. Hey, well, do you wanna ride with me, tear up the night with me? Oh, you got the nights in you. Hey, and do you wanna ride with me, or drown in the light to me? Oh, you got the nights in you. Do you wanna come
Well, welcome back to Les Sables d'Olonne for the finishes of the 10th edition of the Vendée Globe. We're looking at images of Justine Mettraux, the Swiss skipper who has just come in, taking a dramatic 8th place, just squeezing in ahead of Sam Goodchild. She's only 24 minutes ahead of the British skipper after Justine tore her mainsail in two and had to finish with 3 reefs in her main. So a triumphant moment for the Swiss skipper. Really just holding on to the get across the finish line, and so a huge relief for her. It was Sam was chasing in from behind. Alan Roberts, 2028 Vendée Globe candidate, co-skipper to Clarisse Kramer and Figaro racer. Nervous overnight for Justine, but great job over the course of the whole race.
Yeah, absolutely solid performance from Justine. I mean, Justine has showed us from the day that she stepped into this boat. This is the ex-Chirale boat, so she's been integrated into that program, another 2-boat campaign like Sam. But since the day she stepped into it, she's delivered performance and consistency, which has been great to see. It's she comes from a big sailing family, Swiss sailing fraternity, and we can see here, look at the first images on board, all the sails are out on the deck, and that tells me she's been pushing hard right up until the finish, you know, really doing everything to stay in front of Sam Goodchild. Sam obviously having damaged his mainsail that was split in half and then had to repair his battens only a week ago. Got his sail repaired and got back up to speed and was chasing Justine right in to the finish line, finishing only minutes behind her, Andy.
Indeed, but Justine is a relative newcomer to the IMOCA class. She only took over the ex-Chirale in the 2022. First race was the Route de Rome when she finished 7th, so a great statement from the very beginning of her ability, coming up through the Mini, the Figaro, and then with this long-term partner, Teamwork, who supported her and bought this boat. She really has been very impressive, the way she managed her race all the way through. Key moment when she was able to break away from the pack, which really was Boris Herrmann, Clarisse Kramer and Sam Davis. Justine got away from that pack and was able to pull a load of miles back and get herself into contention with the main peloton.
And really, as you say, Andy, her link with Teamwork is a classic example of longevity paying off. It's her sponsor that has been with her the whole way through her campaign. They've been really loyal, and they've stepped up and progressed from boat to boat, and that longevity really allows the sponsor to get the most out of the situation, but also for the skipper to develop and consistently develop their skill set towards what they require for the Vendée Globe.
Dude, but she has been really impressive all the way around the course. She's made her own decisions in terms of meteo strategy. She's pushed, again, a sailor who's pushed hard, but generally within her limits. But she's impressively fast. She really is the complete all-round sailor, as indeed is Sam Goodchild. Justine's done 3 round-the-world races in the team format, winning with 11th Hour, but starting off with Team SCA, the all-women program skippered by Sam Davis.
I think the other thing that stands out to me here, Andy, is the fact that Justine has been integrated into the BU racing team alongside Chirale. This is Chirale's ex-boat. She had similar people, some of the same people working on her boat that works on it from the build, and it's the same kind of story as Sam Goodchild. If we look at these 2 boats, these 2 skippers, these 2 projects, to me it reeks of success. It just is a really good example that having a boat given to you, or buying into a boat and having a sponsor that supports you, that allows you to access not just the boat itself, but the performance data, the knowledge of how to set it up and how to work on it to keep it in one piece has absolutely worked. These are 2 fresh skippers, rookie skippers to this Vendée Globe, and the reality is they're coming in with brilliant results. I mean, Justine This is a fantastic result for Justine. First woman as well in this Vendée Globe.
And she smashed the solo women's round the world record in monohull, which was held by Clarice before. She smashed it by over 11 days on this race, but that and being top woman are not anything that Justine will consider as part of her success. She really just sees everybody as a competitor out there. She wants to be seen as a racer, an equal of all the other skippers, and really, but in saying that, she's a fantastic role model for young female skippers up and coming. She works hard with the Magenta project as well, encouraging young women to come into sailing, offshore sailing and ocean racing.
And she's very invested in that support and supporting role and advising, and she's a very quiet character, but you go up and speak to her, and thanks to my team. That's a nice touch from Justine, and that's her all over. She's a very humble sailor, hard worker, head down.
And did you speak to everybody who sails with her? All the guys and the staff on the 11th hour team, which she won the ocean race with, were all super impressed by her attitude, and she learns quickly and works extremely hard, and really rewarded today. She was pushing hard all the way to the finish. She was only 30 miles or so behind Thomas Ruyant yesterday. I'm sure we'll find out the full details of her mainsail problem. But as Alan said, clearly she wanted to get across the line. All the sails are on the deck. It's just a case of getting into the channel and enjoying the time, enjoying the moment.
It's also, I think, important to note that this is the first boat from the previous generation. All the boats that have crossed the finish line before Justine have been new boats that have never competed in the Vendée Globe. This was their first Vendée Globe. So the first 7 boats were all new boats for this Vendée Globe. This is the first boat that's crossed the finish line that's been from a generation before. So it's from a previous cycle, 4 years older. In some ways, it's maybe more reliable than a new boat because it's been tested, it's been proven. But again, the new boats have definitely taken a step forward in performance, ergonomics, reliability, and ease of sailing. So I think that's it's worth mentioning that her and Sam Goodchild both in generation and 1 generation older boat.
But I also love the simple coincidence that you see so often on the Vendée Globe, these little things that happen. Both skippers, the only 2 skippers in the fleet who have torn their mainsails, finishing one after the other. First it was Sam Goodchild back on the 20th of January in Blue Monday, tearing his mainsail luff to leech, and then last night Justine having the same problem, although being able to hold on with 3 reefs in her mainsail. We could all see on the tracker this morning that she was slow and suspected there was a problem, but she's held out even though Sam was only a few miles behind. And for those Sam Goodchild fans, we understand he's going to come straight into the channel immediately behind Justine. There was some debate whether the tide would remain high enough in this channel. That's our information. So Sam has secured 9th. But these moments belong to Justine Mettraux, as Alan said, from a big sailing clan. The Mettraux from Geneva, grew up sailing on Lake Geneva. Sailed the Mini, and then also was in the Figaro, did the Mini Transat in 2013. And then sailed, I think, 3 seasons on the Figaro, finishing 7th, if I remember rightly, before she then was supported by teamwork into the Amoca.
Yeah, a very similar story to the guys guys and the competitors before, you know, cutting her teeth in the mini and the smaller classes, working through the Figaro, where she's really toughened herself up and honed in her skill sets into single-handed sailing, learning her body, her mind, how she reacts with very little sleep in tough conditions, and sailing meters away from your competitors. You know, really, that foundation is hitting home, and you have to go pretty deep down this Vendée list to find the first sailors that haven't done that hard work, haven't followed that pathway. It's quite important to note and credit those classes for anyone who's looking to come into offshore racing. It's definitely a pattern emerging and a pathway to follow. But also an international sailor who...
She's the first international to finish, indeed.
Yeah, she is, yeah. But also her sailing in a range of different crude environments, I think, has also allowed her to explore and open up her foundation of knowledge, to learn from other great ocean racers and teams, and integrate different ideas and philosophies into her sailing technique.
So Teamwork, I think, have been with her since 2011, since her days in the mini. Her first big races were actually the Tour de France à la Voile with the Geneva team. Then did the mini in 2011. Then 2014 was the year she did raced around the world on Team SCA in the crude program. And that was really her big step forward for her. There's Catherine Chabot there.
First female finisher of the Vendée Globe.
That's right.
What a day, what a fantastic result for Justine. She's
great to see the Swiss flags out, Swiss supporters super proud of Justine.
And rightly so.
So they're making her way down the channel. So I say it was only 2022 when she started sailing the Amoca solo for the first time, which is a pretty remarkable achievement. And the Route de Rhum that year was her first year solo, her first big race solo on the Amoca.
And she's had a very solid track record in the Amoca. Very consistent results throughout. I think that really shows her level, her consistency, her morphology throughout the process. And a very well-deserved top 10 overall results in this Vendée Globe. Be interesting to get her first reactions on the pontoon again, like with all these sailors. So telling how they react and what they have to say.
Not had that many technical problems. Lost her the code 0 problem early on, I think, from memory, and one or two minor problems, but generally, from memory, nothing terribly significant. There's Pip here out supporting Justine coming in with Catherine Chabot.
Again, good to see the camaraderie between competitors, past and present, and those who, you know, unfortunately Pip has had a tough Vendée Globe. Unfortunately not able to make it to the finish line, but you know, very much a competitor that went out as this Vendée Globe with a good boat, with the 2016 boat of Armel Leclache with Medallia. Unfortunately not able to finish her lap of the planet as she lost her rig in the Southern Ocean.
And in the end, getting pretty close to Jeremy Biou himself, who only finished yesterday. But for sure marking herself out as a prospect for the future. You can only imagine what else she could achieve, having completed one Vendée Globe now. And good to see the rain has, or the drizzle has switched off, and the crowds are still out and will be out, I'm sure, for Sam Goodchild.
I think we saw him in the background in the previous shot, just starting to line up for his channel entrance. He'll have to drop his sails before he comes in.
Well, Justine's been in the top 10 since the very beginning of the race on the first few days.
Yeah, and I'd say really for Justine, one of the big moments for her on this race course was in the Southern Ocean. She was, as we'll remember, alongside Boris Herman, Clarisse Kremer and Sam Davies, the four of them together, battling out. Her and Boris managed to make a jump in front of a low pressure system and a cold front that they were able to ride and push pretty hard on. They had a couple of miles advance over Clarisse and Sam, and it was just enough for them to stay in front of the front and catch back up with that.
It was really very much at the entrance to the Pacific, I think that was. And then from there, Boris and she had a very, very good Pacific and just unfortunately left Sam and Clarisse a long way behind. But yeah, she too lost her masthead aerials, her masthead wind indicators, and has sailed mostly with replacements on the cockpit, or sorry, on the push pit, the same as Nicolas Lunven did.
She did a great job managing to hold on to the small group of boats that she was in, the packet that she's finishing in amongst now. The whole way she was just on the trailing edge of it, and it would have been easy to drop off, but you know, work rate, tenacity, ambition, drive, and never giving up, and she's had a fantastic performance.
So she was 11th at Cape Horn, benefited as Yannick Bestaven had to retire with his mechanical problems with his steering system. And really all the way up the Atlantic, she's done well. One minor problem when she had to change the starter motor on her engine. And then just a week ago, she went to the east before the Big Depression. She went under the last Big Depression before the Azores High and benefited there. She got past Boris, who then had his problems, and also past Thomas Ruyant at that point. He was up in 8th. And of course, ultimately passing Sam Goodchild when Sam had his mainsail damage.
So much of these races comes down to reliability and the ability to finish the race, the ability to look after the boat, and sometimes a lot of luck. You know, whether an element of the boat breaks, whether you get a squall, it's, you know, not just finishing this race, but spending less time working on the boat is something that rings out pretty common across all of these campaigns and teams that are finishing. this generation of boats a bit harder to sail in many ways than the newer generation boats. They were more designed with a flatter run. They've got a bit less rocker, which means they're a bit more powerful, a bit more nosy in downwind sailing, which means you have to be a lot more careful for the downwind sailing. It's a lot more violent on the Schumann beam. You've got a bit of a finer bow, and we can see a few modifications to the boats to try and help that from this generation of boat.
So there we go, the first images then of Sam Goodchild, who finished only 25 minutes behind Justine. His technical team are on board. Vulnerable, getting that mainsail down. So there's been a quick sprint for the British skipper into the channel. He had no time to lose. We know that he's absolutely on the limit as the ebb tide empties the channel. She's coming in at speed, but a great result for Sam Goodchild. He was up in fourth, just lost a fifth to Jeremy Bayou when he had his mainsail damage. So I'm sure Sam will be delighted to finish with his ninth, but maybe just a little bit bittersweet, wondering what could have happened if the mainsail hadn't split. But like Justine, a really, really complete sailor who's worked hard to tick all the boxes to be competitive on this Vendée Globe.
And again, one thing that we've seen with Sam, he's had a really positive attitude the whole way around this race course. It's we've never seen any negative emotions from him. His communication has been great, and it's been awesome to share this again with the English-speaking followers of the race. Sam Goodchild has been in this offshore world since he was 15, 16 years old, starting off very young, and having the opportunity to go through the Artemis Offshore Academy, based out of Cowes in the UK, run by OC Sports. That was a development programme really offering young British sailors the chance to get a foot into this French offshore world. The idea being that sailors would race in the Figaro fleet, build up their experience, and they had really seen that the pathway through the Figaro was going to be the way, the future for the offshore, for the Mocha racing world, with the ambition of getting an English or British sailor on the podium and on the top step of the podium of the Vendée Globe, and Sam making a brilliant first appearance here. I'm sure he's a name we're going to see again in this Vendée Globe. But again, having followed the pathway of multiple years of Figaro sailing, he then dived into some Class 40 sailing, and again an international sailor who raced alongside and for international teams, ocean race, and lots of IRC racing, multi-hull racing.
There's Sam got his getting his two daughters on board, and I think the biggest moment for him, leaving his wife and his two little daughters behind, just getting that key moment when he's reunited, a little 2-year-old. Meantime, we can hear Justine Mettraux coming alongside.
Fuck yeah.
And that really is the moment we know that Sam has been looking forward to.
Always a very intimate moment with the family coming on board. It's been no contact for 70 plus days, 75 days, 76 days in this case for Sam. And I'm sure he's just as happy as they are to see him.
Anyway then, Justine Mettraux on Teamwork, Team SNEF, coming into the dock after taking 8th place in the Vendée Globe this afternoon, fighting through the adversity of losing most of her mainsail. Huge relief. She'd worked so hard to get 8th, And there you go, another little insight. She's a skipper who's looking after her own lines.
Again, another skipper that's still engaged with the boat right up until the docking on the pontoon, taking one of the lines there that she'll pass ashore.
So 3 Swiss skippers in this race, Justine, Alan Rura and Ollie here. Good platform to go forward for the future of Swiss ocean racing. Just getting secure alongside the Ponton d'Honneur. So Justine, 38 years old. Their brothers and sisters are all sailors in different capacities. Their brother sailed with the Lingy in the America's Cup program. All at one stage, I think, were sailing on the Tour de France à la voile. So really adaptable, skilled sailor.
And teamwork having been a huge supporter, not just of Justine, but of sailing, of young Swiss sailing talent. They've also supported simultaneously other mini and Figaro campaigns, giving the opportunity to sailors to enter into this offshore sailing world, which is fantastic to see. None of this is possible without the sponsors. And sponsors that are engaged in sailing, understand the sport, and can help people access this, give hope and inspire generations of young children, young boys and young girls to get into this offshore sailing world. A lot of the values really important to these companies as well.
At the same time, in their other frame, we can see Sam Goodchild enjoying his moment coming into the channel. He has had a dream of doing the Vendée Globe since he was very young, grew up on a boat in the Caribbean, moved to Falmouth, which really is his family home, but he moved to France to dedicate his life to pursuing ocean racing, but always wanted to do the Vendée Globe, but was determined that he would only do it when he was in a position to be competitive with a good program. He's never wanted to go around as an adventurer.
And he's been competitive here, Andy. I mean, he very much led the pace early on in this race, and even right up until the end, he was, before the mainsail damage, he was pushing hard against one of the big hitters in the fleet historically, Jeremy Bayou. You know, we could see Jeremy looking pretty tired, trying to keep up with Sam, trying to keep ahead of him.
There was a great contrast between the two, because Jeremy was looking really a shell of a man at that point, really struggling with the pressure that Sam was putting him under, and at the same time Sam really was just still super cool, super calm, enjoying the rival rate with the skipper he's raced against in other IMOCA races and been head-to-head with. Of course, he was the IMOCA Globe Series champion last year after taking a whole series of consistent third places.
I mean, what a childhood dream to race against Jeremy Bayou right up until the finish like that as well. He's one of the... When Sam started the Figaro, Jeremy was very much in the top of the Figaro fleet, having won 3 times the Solitaire. And Sam coming in as a foreigner into this world.
But indeed, 2021, I think Sam came back in the colours of Leighton and very, very nearly won the Solitaire that year. It was just one wind shift from winning, coming in the final leg. Made one wrong decision. Fleet sailed round him, and that was the end of his chances. But there was some key moments in that race when he was finishing between the big hitters at that time, Arma Leclerc and Jan Elias. Great images. You never seen this before with the one skipper and her team on the dock, another skipper not so far behind. It's almost inevitable in this massive 40-boat fleet, and with this peloton so closely matched.
It's been such close racing the whole way through this race. This lap of the planet, it's kind of crazy to think these competitors, these boats have done a lap of the planet, and they're coming in minutes apart in the same tidal window into the channel of Les Sables de Long. Which just really goes to show the level of racing.
So great pride for Sam Goodchild with his Union flag. He just looks so happy as Monsieur Leboeuf comes on board to welcome Justine, congratulate her for her race. Very, very popular result. So champagne moment then for Justine Mettraux. I'm sure that will be directed at her team in a few seconds. They've all worked so hard for her. And as Alan said, in the end, a pretty reliable boat, no major sail losses.
Sharing this moment with the team. As we see with all the skippers, so important. The team, you work so close under such big pressure. The team almost becomes family.
As we said, in passing, the fastest woman solo round the world on a monohull. Huge crowds out. The weather improved a little bit this afternoon for Sam and Justine. These will be the moments that Sam Goodchild has, I'm sure he's certainly projected forward at some time in his life, thinking what this will be like coming into the channel, having completed the Vendée Globe. And he's a sailor who has had the down times as well. Remember the New York Vendée earlier on this year, he lost his mast and ended up having to sail under jury rig into the Azores.
Sam having very much a great start to the race in the Northern Atlantic. Switching over to Justine now, we've got some first words from her. We can really see the emotion in Justine's eyes, taking a lot of pleasure from this channel. It's hard to realise what she's done. She took a lot of pleasure in the race all the way around to Cape Horn, and then coming back up the Atlantic was very hard for her and her group of boats. She's very proud to work with such a great team and to have got the boat all the way to the finish line. It's been an intense race. There were times when I was able to come back into the fleet ahead of me. But she's really happy to have been able to be part of the group, race against them, and she took a lot of pleasure. A lot of pleasure in this race, except for the last part of the race in the Atlantic was very hard, very tough, very physical. Keeping the boat moving towards the finish. without slamming too hard and pushing too hard on the boat, risking too much to break. But other than that, she's really enjoyed being in the group of boats that she was around.
Yeah, it's just really nice to be here today. For sure, as always, when we finish a race, it's first the team, and I had my two sisters also joining on the boat, so it's a nice moment to share that with them first. And then it was incredible today. It's Saturday afternoon, it's sunny, and it was amazing the amount of people who moved and joined to just to salute us, and that's crazy, and it's really really nice. Merci beaucoup.
So hopefully somebody will ask her about tearing the mainsail at some point.
Justine Mettraux, what a fantastic competitor, just showing what she's capable of. But this result really is a huge success, the first of her generation in the boats, of her generation of boats. First Vendée Globe, she got the boat around without too many technical issues, which really shows a mastery of the boat and the IMOCAs, and finishing in such a brilliant position. And it really is a testament to her career thus far in ocean racing. It's an accumulation. It's not a singular moment. It's not just a singular campaign. It's a huge amount of time and experience to get to that level, and she's really deserved this result.
And I think one of the key things is that she's, in general, she's always been going forward in the fleet. She's always been taking places successively round the whole course. Obviously, the last stage up the North Atlantic, there was a little bit of toing and froing between her and Thomas Ruyant, and indeed Sam Goodchild in the end, but she's been systematic and consistent, and again a sailor who's made her own choices in terms of meteo strategy. As we've seen in previous races, she did the TJV last year and took a very radical north option that looked like it might pay off for a long time, and it ended up a little bit deeper in the fleet, but she's a good all-round sailor in every department.
And a competitor, you know, she's again, like Sam, very much here to race, to try and win, to do the best as possible. And it is important to emphasise that these two boats coming into the channel now are a generation older. They are a 4-year cycle behind in terms of development and knowledge.
So in the end, a reasonably nice afternoon. It's dry, there's a little bit of a watery sunshine there, illuminating the waters of the channel and Portolona. But in the end, deservedly so, Alan, Sam Goodchild being able to sneak into the channel at the very, very last minutes as the tide drops. I think it really was a touch and go. Our latest information was we were going to be waiting until midnight. But in the end, Sam and his team just getting into the channel and docking in the next few minutes.
And of course we're happy, Andy, because it means we don't have to get up at midnight, but even more so Sam will be happy because he's just sailed 75 days around the world with very little sleep, and it seems like a silly thing, but an extra 5-6 hours at sea when all you've been dreaming about is getting on shore, seeing your loved ones.
I think it's the same as you'll see with Clarice in particular. When you've got a young family that you've just missed all the way around, you compartmentalize part of it at some times, but you also make sure that you stay in contact. We know that with Sam for sure, but really you don't want another night at sea for that reason alone.
And it is a hard separation. I think there's a differential from when you've gone from having no family to having a young family and progress. And that first time you really go away from the family for a long time is a really challenging moment. So those extra hours, Sam will be very happy, and the family will be very happy to have him in this afternoon into Les Sables d'Olonne.
It's interesting. He made the point of having his girls with him all the way through the preparation. And again, you kind of reflect that these memories may just be the seed for our next generation of ocean racers. To say Sam grew up on a boat in the Caribbean when he was very, very young.
And I think this really, you know, Sam's position here is a big hats off to the Artemis Offshore Academy. You know, the Artemis Offshore Academy offered the opportunity for young British sailors like Sam Goodchild, myself. I was very lucky to come through it. Jack Butel, Will Harris, Henry Bombay, many of the names that we see in the offshore racing world today. So it's a real credit and success of that program to have the first ever Artemis skipper finishing the Vendée Globe, and I think we're going to see over the next 2 or 3 editions more Artemis skippers coming through into the IMOCA class. Hopefully with myself included, Andy. Sam very much, as Andy says, in family mode here. He's handed over the boat to the shore crew. It's theirs now. And he's quite literally got his hands full already with the family.
Just leaving his shore team to it. So Sam looking forward to fish and chips and salad, or fruit salad, when he gets ashore, as you might expect. And his choice of music is, of course, Daft Punk, Around the World.
Very relevant.
Celebrated his 35th birthday in the lead of the Vendée Globe, going down to the Atlantic a few days after the start. He made this nice move to the east, or stayed slightly to the east, and was rewarded with the lead. I think he led on 24 rankings.
I'm sure there'll be a good fan club there on the pontoon of British or foreign family and friends.
Still waiting to see the King and Queen, though. I think they're being left on board.
And a very different weather this afternoon from what we had this morning here. Nice to see the English sunshine come out for the English arrival, while the Bretons had their rainy conditions this morning.
Because you remember, we talk about Sam's adversity in the last Route de Rhum. You can see that scar on his just above his eye. He was racing the Ocean 50, smashed his head against the bulkhead in the first minutes of the race. But these really are the special moments. This is the time for Sam to do nothing other than enjoy the champagne. A measure for the boat.
Champagne,
good.
Champagne not for everyone.
Champagne for his team. It's the team CEO, isn't it? Who runs the program or runs the TRR racing. Big welcome from, special welcome from Patricia Brochard, who knows Sam well from his days sailing on Sodebo, the Thomas Coville's Maxi Cat. Special welcome from Laura Le Goff, our CEO, and Sam's mum, Judy. And his dad.
Allez, tu vas finir. Un peu plus encore.
That's the first words from Sam Goodchild after finishing 9th in the Vendée Globe.
En fait, j'ai l'impression il y a 3 minutes j'étais tout seul. C'est très bizarre. En fait, avec le vent, la mer.
A very bizarre feeling. Feeling 3 minutes ago I was by myself, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, everyone jumped on board. Now I'm here on the Vendée pontoon.
C'est très très sport et.
I haven't really had time on board the boat. It's been so full on. I haven't had a minute to think about the arrival of the Vendée. It's just been so full on.
L'objectif est rempli. Clairement, je suis parti pour
I feel happy. The objective is ticked off. I've made it all the way back here through the finish line.
Je me suis bien amusé.
I've had fun.
C'était un peu plus
I had a lot
compliqué
of
le
fun.
parti amusement, mais
The last week was maybe a bit more complex to enjoy, but
donc je suis content. C'était un petit peu
I'm very
frustrant
happy
de
with the
toucher un
results.
top 5 et puis passer à côté.
A little bit frustrating to feel like I almost had a top 5, but then
it's a bit strange. It's a bit
not make it.
crazy. I feel like 3 minutes ago I was by myself, and now there's hundreds of people around. So yeah, we came straight into the channel, and it's been a bit crazy. And yeah, the Vendée Globe is a success. I went there to make it all the way around the world, finish the race, and enjoy myself. And I managed to enjoy myself almost all of it, apart from the last week, which has been pretty complicated. But yeah, it's yes. I mean, I don't think I've even realised it yet. It's gone so quickly from being on by myself and now being on the dock. It's just gone so fast.
La réparation des voiles, ça passait quand même 24 heures à réparer cette grande voile dans des conditions techniques.
Oui, bah en fait, depuis les Alizés, je me suis jamais arrêté. La réparation de voile, en fait,
since the trade winds on the way back up, I haven't had time to
pendant 36 heures,
stop
je pense
since
que
the
j'ai dormi
mainsail
4 heures, et à
damage.
part ça, j'étais en train de
It
réparer
took me
la
a lot
voile.
of time to repair. I managed to get a few hours of sleep in, but it was full on. It's hard to explain how it was complex, but you know, I had the wave off the boom, and there was waves. I had the sail off the boom, and there was waves coming over the deck. I couldn't believe that it would be possible to repair the sail. But I thought, you know, if I don't try, I'm never going to know. So I went for the repair, and I got it into a situation, and it really stood the test of time, because since I repaired it, I've gone through 40 knots of wind, and the sail's still intact.
Mon équipe m'a dit qu'elle a déchiré la voile. Elle a fait au bon moment.
Yeah, I heard that Justine ripped her sail. She did it at the right moment, right at the end. That's the game.
Là, je suis adrénaline à 100%. Donc ça
I've
va.
got 100% adrenaline.
On avait 50 nœuds, des manœuvres, des cargos, des bateaux de pêche, des falaises.
But with all the winds, since Cape Finisterre, 50 knots of wind, fishing boats, the cliffs, everything, it's been pretty full on. The grid files haven't been anything like the reality. So that's been difficult to manage and make my planning and control the boat. So there, I'm on the last line. I think I'm absolutely spent. I'm absolutely shattered, and the adrenaline's just holding me together.
Je savais pas dans quoi je m'embarquais. Je suis parti pour 3 mois tout seul pour la première fois, et en fait, je me suis
I
amusé.
went off for 3 months by myself.
Donc c'était une bonne surprise, on va dire. Un copain. C'est ça. Ah, Juju! Attends, j'ai pas vu, elle était cachée. Ça va? Bravo. Bien joué. T'as dit que t'as taillé moi aussi?
J'ai pas dit du coup.
Bravo, bien joué.
The classic discussion between skippers sharing the last little bits of information, what was hidden. Justin finishing up with a bit of mainsail damage that they hadn't announced, probably to keep the psychological edge over Sam.
Comme chez moi.
Quand je voyais les vitesses des autres, je me suis dit, bon, tout le monde a des couilles.
Ouais, c'est ça. Ouais, je sais pas ce qu'il a eu au Holcim, mais il allait pas très vite le dernier jour, non?
Ouais, ou même Thomas, tu vois, je me disais des fois, moi je savais que j'avais des soucis et tu ralentis pour régler des trucs.
Talking about the problems they've had on board, the problems their competitors have had, the boat speeds they had at different points in the race course, especially approaching this final stretch into the finish line across the Bay of Biscay. That's been particularly difficult for these sailors, and will be even more difficult for the two sailors coming into the finish line in the next 24 to 36 hours. Benjamin Mettraux and Clarisse Kremer.
Big hug there for Pip here and Sam. Long time friends. First, in fact, both went into the first admission into the Artemis Academy at the same time, way back in the very beginning. Pip was in the mini program at that stage, and really, that's one of the reasons that Pip wanted to be here for Sam coming into the dock.
Again, great images to see so many people coming to support the sailors as they complete their lap of the planet.
Indeed, of course, these both of them, of course, international skippers, and the Vendée fans are equally supportive.
Because it's not easy as an international skipper to get into this scene. It is very much, and has very much been a French-dominated part of the sport, and they grow up with it. They live here, and like we've seen with Nicolas Lunven and a couple of the other sailors, they come from sailing families. It's in their blood. So to come out of your natural environment to say, I want to do that race, I want to be a part of this, I want to complete the Vendée Globe, there's been very little pathway for international sailors to come into, and obviously Justine very lucky with the support of Teamwork, Sam with the Artemis Offshore Academy, and a few other private sponsors and personal sponsors that have helped him along the way. But one thing that is common here is the commitment to the project. Both these sailors having moved to France, to Lorient, to train, to compete, to live among the best, among the guys and the girls and the teams that do this, and having integrated into this very French world, and now showing on the international scene that there is a pathway, that it is possible, even if you aren't French, to come into this world and compete at a high level. These boats, the ex-Chiral for Teamwork, Group SNEF, and the ex-Thomas Ruyant's boat for Sam Goodchild, linked out in its previous Vendée Globe. Both very competitive boats from their generation.
So just wait a few minutes until the two skippers come up onto the plateau, onto the main stage, for their official welcome from the public in the race village. But everybody's starting to look a little bit more relaxed. And now we're waiting for Clarisse Kremer and Benjamin Mettraux, who will come in, presumably, I think, tomorrow, Alan, but coming in with quite strong conditions.
Yeah, a difficult window for them. They're coming in with a big low pressure coming across the Atlantic, and more impressively, some big wave sets. They'll be hoping to get into Les Sables d'Olonne in a weather window, if that's possible. We saw Sam Davies did a U-turn and has gone to avoid the harsh conditions, but the two sailors, Clarisse and Benjamin, really continuing to push to fight out among themselves for a top 10 position, and also to get home as quickly as possible. It's hard in the final straight. You start to project yourself into being on shore, but you have to control your emotions and your feelings and not become complacent. Stay focused on at the job in hand. Because as Sam and Justine have said there, you know, actually the risks stack up at the end. You've got more fishing boats, more cargo ships. It's, you know, you've got to stay concentrated right the way to the finish line. This race, this adventure, this challenge isn't over until the boat's tied up on the dock.
Indeed, Sam just saying there that the last week was pretty tough, not least because of his mainsail damage. But the same thing echoed by Justine. When you consider that in previous editions, well, two different options or two different situations. The last race, I think we had 8 boats in 19 hours, and then a big gap. But historically, normally at this stage, you might have the top two boats coming in close together, and then a tail of boats coming in. The days are certainly multiple hours apart or tens of hours apart. In this race, it's going to be consistent groups. This next phase after Clarisse and Benjamin Dutroux finish, then we can expect a 4 or 5 days at least while we wait for this big storm to pass through, and then potentially seeing Boris and Sam towards the end of the week, maybe into the weekend. After that, Roman Atanasio, and then behind him a really big mixed group. We're going to have another big set of finishes into the very early part of February. But that is what we can expect, or this is what we did expect with this record-sized fleet and a very low attrition rate. But it always amazes me how we get through the finishes. Start off feeling like you're jumping off a cliff, and then suddenly within a few days we'll have the top 10 completed tomorrow, and then say after this big storm we'll have our regular finishes all the way through. Our last finish we're expecting at the moment probably the 26th of February, something like that, for our Belgian skipper, Denis van Veenberg. The Fabrice Amadeo not too far ahead of him. So Sam with his wife behind there, and accompanied by his daughters coming up onto the plateau. We know that Justine Mettraux will already be up there. Stephanie Rousseau there, the operations director, just managing things.
Again, Sam's surrounded by family. It's great to see the family and friends there. Eleanor there from the class Figaro coming to support her. Part of her family, these two obviously big actors in the Figaro over the past years. So Eleanor playing a very important role, as do a lot of people in this French sailing world. We've also got Jeanne Gregoire there, the directrice of the Pôle Finistère course, a large training group. Anthony Marchand, skipper of Actual, and Figaro, fellow Figaro competitor against Sam for the past decade.
Oui, vous êtes gentils, mais on fait ce qu'on peut, hein.
Justine arrive, on l'attend.
So we're just going to wait for them to come up onto the main stage.
Sam looking very overwhelmed.
Meet the public.
Sam looking very overwhelmed by the amount of people around him. As he was saying in his interview 3 minutes ago, he was single-handed on his boat in the ocean. And now there's hundreds of faces and people all around him wanting to shake his hand, congratulate him.
Most of them familiar and friends, family, fellow sailors who've turned out to greet him back or welcome him back.
Avec moi aussi. Oui, avec moi.
On va avancer ici.
Just discussing with his PR then what his schedule is just now. We'll have his press conference, I think, at 5 o'clock for Sam. Which is then made available to the media a few hours afterwards. So too, of course, for the same situation for Justine and all the other skippers. We're going to go up onto the plateau together.
Good job, man.
What a lovely moment then. Two skippers finished only 25 minutes apart, sharing the red carpet. Well, indeed, Justine, rightly so, going up ahead, just a few minutes ahead.
Looks like Justine's first wish list was obviously a freshly squeezed orange juice that she's got in her hand there. Always nice to have some fresh fruit and veg when you've been on board eating only freeze-dry meals for the last 70 or so days. The body really craving fresh food. A big turnout to come and watch the skippers talk on the stage. Justine on the stage there, and Sam making his way up. And the first two international skippers coming onto the stage together here. First two international and the first two of the older generation boats, having sailed a fantastic race. And what
so this
a turnout.
moment really is all about the public, for the supporters, the fans who've come to Les Sables d'Olonne, or indeed the people who are living in Les Sables d'Olonne, who live and breathe this race 24/7 every year, all year. And these are the big moments for them. Always here to welcome back the skippers. And these two hugely, hugely popular then.
Amazing support here for both of these skippers. Fantastic to see. Really, really cool atmosphere. The first international skipper, the first female skipper to cross this finish line, Justine Mettraux.
Et puis Sam, heureux de l'accueillir, on a eu peur jusqu'à la dernière minute d'être obligé de nous faire revenir pour demain. Eh bien, il est là cet après-midi.
A big thank you then to Sam Goodchild as well. British skipper finishing in 9th place.
Bien, mesdames et messieurs, quel bonheur. Regardez ce sourire. Regardez ce sourire. Elle est fatiguée avec les yeux, mais elle est heureuse. Et ceci, ça s'applaudit. Les premières impressions, Justine Mettraux, devant ce public.
As ever, great to see the demographic, really the age range, the people who come out to these races. And Justine's first words to the public, Alan.
Thank you very much to everyone for turning up. I didn't expect this many people to be here. I really wasn't expecting that, so thank you very much to everyone.
Justine, allez, on va être assez bref parce que ça souffle beaucoup, mais j'aimerais qu'on partage quand même avec le public. Qu'est-ce que tu garderas? Quel sera ton plus beau souvenir de ce Vendée Globe? Parce que c'est ton premier, tout comme pour Sam d'ailleurs. Qu'est-ce que ça sera ton plus beau souvenir de ce Vendée Globe? Est-ce que c'est le Cap Horn peut-être?
What's been your most beautiful memory of this Vendée Globe?
Ensemble avec Sam aussi à ce moment-là. Donc ce sera pas un moment fort, mais non, je pense qu'on garde. Voilà, moi je garderai surtout des images un peu d'état de mer qu'on a dans les mers du Sud ou des choses comme ça.
The images of the sea states, especially in the Southern Ocean, in my head, were pretty magnificent.
Il y a plein de moments, mais voilà, c'est vrai que souvent
There's so
on demande
many.
quel est le moment phare, mais en fait il y a plein de petits moments.
There's so many
La
moments
richesse de ce qu'on vit quand on
that
est
I
en course.
remember.
Donc voilà, bien sûr qu'il y a des moments durs, mais il y a aussi des super bons moments qui généralement.
For sure, there's really hard times at sea,
d'y retourner.
Une petite frayeur sur la
but also
fin,
some really
cette grande
beautiful
voile
ones that really give
Bah
you
oui, j'ai ma grand voile qui s'est
the
déchirée
ambition
hier
to
dans un
return.
empannage, mais c'est parce que c'est moi qui ai fait une erreur. Donc heureusement, c'était sur la toute fin de course.
Yes, I broke my mainsail at
Donc,
the end
voilà, j'ai pu continuer à être
in a
utilisé
jibe.
pour
It
les
was my
dernières
error,
24
my
heures,
mistake.
à peu près normalement, donc ça m'a pas coûté trop cher, mais ça aurait pu être très pénalisant.
Luckily,
si
it only
c'était arrivé
happened
un
in
peu
the
plus
last
tôt.
24 hours, so it
Bah,
didn't cost
j'aurais
me
été un
too
peu dans la même
much.
situation que Sam. Donc voilà. j'étais
Otherwise, I
contente
would
que
have
ça
been in
arrive
a very
plutôt
similar
sur le tard.
situation to the one that
Justine
Sam found
Mettraux,
himself in
mesdames
and
et
had to
messieurs.
repair myself. But I was able to keep holding it right the way to the finish, even with the rip in it.
Sam, le plus francophone des Britanniques sur ce Vendée Globe, Sam Goodchild, quelle saveur de franchir cette ligne d'arrivée après tout ce que tu as vécu, avec notamment cette grande voile qui a carrément été vraiment, qui a explosé quoi. Tu es l'homme aux 14 cartouches quand même, hein?
Ouais,
Ça se voit, oui, ça se voit.
j'ai encore la colle sur les mains. Ouais, j'ai explosé ma grande voile en deux il y a une petite semaine.
Still got the Sikaflex on his hands.
Elle a recollé ensemble. Donc c'était pas le moment le plus
Yeah, I
facile, c'est
blew
bon.
my mainsail in two, and I
Moi,
still
je
got
suis
the
fier
glue on my
d'avoir fait,
hands
et
from
avec le
repairing
vent
it.
qui souffle
14
comme ça,
tubes
il
of
est
Sikaflex.
toujours un énorme morceau, donc c'est plutôt rassurant. Mais ouais.
Toi aussi, je vais poser la même
But
question.
luckily, the
Justine,
repair I
est-ce que
made
quel
held.
sera, ton moment marquant de positif évidemment sur ce Vendée Globe? Il y en a plein, j'imagine.
Bah en fait,
imagine there's
c'est
lots of
tellement dur de
positives.
choisir un moment. Pour moi, le moment c'est le Vendée
It's
Globe.
so hard to choose just one moment
Extraordinaire
that was
d'aller
the
dans la
best.
mer du Sud.
There's been 3
Là,
extraordinary
j'ai
months
l'impression
in
il y a
the
3
Southern
minutes, j'étais tout
Ocean
seul sur le bateau et là je me
included.
trouve dans cette folie.
But there,
extraordinaire.
you know,
C'est-
3 minutes ago, I felt like I was all by
magnifique,
myself
mais
on the boat. I was all by
je
myself
n'ai
on
pas
the boat, and
atterri
now
encore, mais ces 3 mois de Vendée Globe, c'est
now
quelque chose que quand
there's so many people
travaille et on cherche depuis longtemps et
around
on est là. Et
and in front of me, you know, I don't feel like I'm back on land yet. It's been such a big, long work to get to here. It's a fantastic feeling.
je peux que dire merci, c'est incroyable. J'ai jamais vécu ça.
Justine, notre
Thank you. It's an incredible feeling. I've never lived that before in my life.
Je sais pas encore. Je me suis dit que je me laissais le temps de la réflexion après le Vendée. C'est vrai que voilà, c'est. Bah, moi, j'ai travaillé longtemps pour pouvoir faire ce Vendée. Ça fait.
I've
je
worked
suis
a
super
really
contente de
long
l'avoir fait,
time.
mais c'est des projets qui sont très engageants sur la
To have
durée,
done
donc,
this Vendée
voilà, il faut
Globe.
être sûr de repartir.
They're really engaging projects, and I don't know what my avenue is going to be next. I need a bit of time
On verra. Allez.
to think about it and see what my ambitions will be and what my pathway will be for Justine, and a fantastic applauding by the crowd, really appreciating
Allez pour la photo, s'il
these
vous
two
plaît.
skippers' performance.
Indeed, so the two skippers, Justine Mettraux and Sam Goodchild, getting their official photographs taken with the Mayor of Les Sables alone, with Patricia Brochard and with the President. And with that, I think we're closing down our broadcast in a few seconds, but we will be back tomorrow with the finishes for Clarice Kramer and indeed Benjamin Dutroux. Hopefully, fingers crossed, they can get it in, but it's going to be a touch and go. But what a great afternoon, what a great morning. 4 skippers finishing into Les Sables d'Olonne today, all enjoying their moment of release and celebrating in turn their successes and the results. But many more skippers still out there, so keep following on the website. And what a great afternoon.